that they may be consumed with the unselfish love the way you want us to do in our lifetime. We pray for those afflicted and affected by the pandemic, especially the frontliners, whose love of country and the Filipinos overcame their fear of death. Bless us all in this co-op sector as we unite to move forward and continue to care, share, and put into action our theme, Kooperatiba Kalinga sa Pandemya. And may I add, Kooperatiba Pag-asa ng Masa. This we ask in Jesus' name. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Ma'am Luz, for that warm prayer. So no activity should start. We are all Filipinos without an opening prayer. If the committee secretary, Attorney Mariel, is already on board, may we ask her words for the rationale of this afternoon's activity. By the way, with our co-host also is our party president, Mr. Alex Raquepo, and together with us is also the PCC CEO, Mr. Edwin Bustilli. Just in case we're getting ready that we might be cut off from time to time because of our challenges with internet connection, that we know that today is the opening of class to the public schools. So we'll have challenges in our bandwidth and internet connection. So please bear with us with this new normal of activities. Our first ever co-op month present activity in a new normal. So if Attorney Mariel is already there, Attorney. By the way, I would like to inform everyone that we have 12 national agencies. So this is very marami-rami sila. So we really have to be time conscious. Each agencies are only given maximum of 10 minutes. The reactors are already pre-identified. So they will be given 2 to 3 minutes also after the presentation per agency. We have also clustered our agency according to our facilitators. So our facilitators are the identified co-op leaders. We have, let me just mention that the 12 national agencies who will be presenting in this afternoon's presentation, the programs of the national agencies in lieu to the Bayanihan Act 2 are the following: Department of Trade and Industries, Department of Agrarian Reform, Department of Labor and Employment, Department of Social Welfare and Development, Department of Tourism, Department of Transportation, Land Bank of the Philippines, Development Bank of the Philippines, Small Business Corporation, Technical Skills and Development Authority, or TESDA, and of course our agency co-op or the Cooperative Development Authority. And I would like to inform everyone, our co-op leaders who are joining us from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, we are now already 663 and counting. We are live over the Facebook page, official Facebook page of the House of Representatives, and the different social media platforms of United Co-op Movement Philippines, other social media forms of the other federations, national and local, including the radio television of Malacanang. So we would like to thank PCOO for covering this afternoon's activity. Attorney Mariel, if you're already on board. Am I heard? Hello?
Yes, yes, Carl, you're loud and clear. Wala pa yata si Attorney Mariel.
Okay, andyan na si Attorney Mariel.
Dyan na, okay.
Yan. Are you okay now, Attorney Mariel? Again, we would like to thank the Committee on Cooperative Development headed by our chairperson, no less than Congressman Kanama, for organizing this, including the committee, working committee, the Office of Kong Kanama, and the Office of the Secretary on the COMSEC, Attorney Mariel Orsal, and of course the leaders who are with us during the planning and organizing this entire one-day affair, our co-op day at the House of Representatives. While waiting for Attorney Mariel, let me just announce that we still have other inline activities for the entire co-op month celebration in 2020. Today is October 5, but on October 10, we will have cooperatives with the ICA. That's still at 9 o'clock. I think the details is already published in the CDA Facebook page, including in our social media platforms over Co-op Natco Party List, Facebook, and One Co-op Movement PH. On the 15th, we will have the International Credit Union Day, and tentatively, we have scheduled a day with the President. This is just to be announced pa kung matutuloy po. We're still arranging with our COMSEC. On the 26th, we will have an online marketing day, 9 to 5. And on the 31st, it's going to be a tribute to the cooperatives who have contributed for Co-op Bayanihan. This is going to be with the Cooperative Development Authority. Attorney Mariel?
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay. Let's give a warm virtual applause to our committee secretary, Attorney Mariel. Warm applause, virtual.
Thank you. Thank you.
Attorney Mariel will give you the rationale or the gist of what's going to happen for the entire afternoon.
Okay. Thank you so much to the participating national agencies. We are here this afternoon to receive the presentation of projects and programs from the different national agencies vis-a-vis the Bayanihan 2 law. So what we have now, Bayanihan 1 will be augmented by Bayanihan 2. And we have lined up, I think, 10 national agencies. First off, we have is the Department of Trade and Industry on board already? Alex?
I am on board. I can't see the representative from DTI.
Yeah, so
Unless he will sound off. Unless the guy will sound off.
Yes. May I just call out the agencies? We have the Department of Trade and Industry, the Cooperative Development Authority, the Department of Agrarian Reform, the Department of Labor and Employment, the Department of Social Welfare Development, the Department of Tourism, the Department of Transportation, the Land Bank of the Philippines, the Development Bank of the Philippines, the Small Business Corporation, the Technical Skills and Development Authority. So,
yes, Attorney Mariel.
yes.
But before that, we would like to allow me also to announce our facilitator, just to inform the leaders who are joining and the members of the cooperative from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao who are joining us in the room and also monitoring us over our social media platforms. For the Department of Agrarian and Department of Agriculture, our facilitator is our co-op leader from Leyte, Aboyog Leyte, Director Luz Erenco or CEO Luz Erenco of AFSICO. Our facilitator for DTI, Small Business Group, and the TESDA, our CEO for PCC, Mr. Edwin Bustillos. Our facilitator for tourism and transport, our NSCC Nueva Segovia Consortium CEO, Ma'am Divina Keme. Our facilitator for the LBP, or the Land Bank of the Philippines and Development Bank of the Philippines, the CEO of Barbasa, Cooperative, Philemon Espares. Our facilitator for the Department of Labor and the Department of Social Welfare Development, Engineer Romy Manzano of MSU IIT. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, a warm applause, virtual applause for each and everyone. Attorney Mariel?
Yes. Um, so do we have, now I'm going to, is there anyone from the national agencies on board now?
I see the ASEC of Department of Agrarian Reform. Maybe
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
There.
Good afternoon to everybody. Yes,
Yeah.
good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes.
ASEC
Yes,
Melabel.
may I?
Good afternoon
Yeah.
from CDA.
Ayan, dan
Now on
si,
board, ma'am, sir.
si Pren Edrey, andyan din siya.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Wala pa yung iba. Di unahin
So,
natin
we'll start.
So we
unahin
will
natin yung
present
nandito
Maybe
na.
we will start with Attorney Cristobal.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Kindly proceed, ma'am.
May we ask, we sent the presentation of our department to perhaps if we can be assisted in projecting or sharing.
facilitating this presentation will be Ma'am Luz Erinco during the question and answer.
Yes, but the share screen, we will be the ones to do the share screening, ma'am.
I just want to clear that up because if I will be sharing the screen, I have to set it up first because I was under the impression because we sent it to the COMSEC that they will
Yes,
be
ma'am.
in charge of setting. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. But I only asked for a copy, so in case that you have a problem with your share screen, then we
Okay.
can do it for you. So
Okay. Ma'am, can I be given some time? I will just set it up. Okay.
Carl, are we okay with Darrell for the presentation so ma'am doesn't have to put up?
Attorney, hindi po ako sinendan ninyo.
Ha? Sorry, ma'am. Sige po. Sige, ma'am, we will just call on CDA muna before you so that
Yes,
we
ma'am.
have time to
Give
set
me
up.
a few minutes. I'll set it up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Andito na rin ang DOT, nag-message siya eh.
So can we call the
CDA.
presenter for the Cooperative Development Authority? Meanwhile,
Good
that the Department of Agrarian Reform is setting up.
Yes, pleasant afternoon to everyone. To the
Good afternoon, Edrey.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon to Pres Alex of COP-NATCO Party List, the President of COP-NATCO Party List, and of course, Secretary COMSEC Mariel Orsal, and
Yes, sir. Good
of the good afternoon, Attorney Mariel, and Carlitos also of the Office of Concanama. To everyone in the who are on board today, this afternoon, magandang hapon po sa kanilang lahat. So I will present the Bayanihan to related plans and programs of the Cooperative Development Authority. And we agree that with the statement of Attorney Mariel that this is connected also with our implementation of the Bayanihan 1. So may I present to you some of our slides here. We have the Co-op Bayanihan program. This is a coordinated, this is our program in coordinating mobilization and documentation of cooperatives' contribution in the fight against COVID. And the components of this program are the following. Number one, we are continuing with our Co-op Kapatid program, which is which highlights the help being given by large or medium cooperatives to small and micro cooperatives. We are continuing this program under the pandemic, and then coordination, mobilization, monitoring of cooperatives who assist in the frontline, frontline personnel members, employees, and local community residents during this COVID-19 crisis in terms of cash, in kind, and other voluntary initiatives. This is also about monitoring, mobilization, documentation of the amount of cash disbursed and or utilized by cooperatives during this crisis in terms of cooperative community development fund, interest on share capital and patronage refund, and other funds such as optional local guarantee fund and donations. And then we also, under this program, is the implementation of the special CDA Gawad Parangal para sa natatanging kooperatiba, which will happen on the last week of October. So this is largely a mobilization and documentation of what cooperatives are doing during this time. And number two is the information and advocacy on safety and health protocols. In this program, we ensured that cooperatives are apprised and have implemented precautionary measures, safety and health protocols about COVID-19 through infographics and info materials. And then number three is the Cooperative Regulatory Relief Program, in which we organized registration processes to ease in cooperative registration and membership and public protection program through implementation of memorandum circulars on regulatory relief and other issuances in relation to the fight against COVID-19, and in crafting formulation of memoranda, regulatory guidelines and procedures and policies for cooperatives. Here we formulated a complaint form for online filing of complaints. And then it includes development of instructional materials for posting the CDA website on the online filing of complaints and online policy formulation and review of guidelines and preparation of advisory on matters relating to the registration of CSF cooperatives. So all in all, this is the KRA, or the key result area here is the issued and implemented responsive memorandum circulars, rules and regulations to create an enabling environment to alleviate the situation of cooperatives during this crisis. Another is the Cooperative Supply and Value Chain Program. This is to support and provide cooperatives with opportunities to market their products and generate income through its participation or their participation in government. Government, co-op sector, private sector initiated, local government initiated supply and value chain program or consumers outlet projects. This is number one. We enhance the CBMIS supply network, yung pong aming cooperative business matching information system and business link capabilities. So ang CDA po, meron sarili siyang cooperative business matching information system in which we are continuously improving and enhancing so that it can be responsive to the concerns of cooperatives regarding their products and how we market their products. And then we update and maintain a roster of cooperatives with complete business and product details. And then we link cooperatives to Kadiwa centers, other government supervised markets, and other LGU consumer-based retail outlets. Lalong-lalo na po yung may e-commerce capabilities. And then we pursue collaboration and partnership among cooperatives with existing online market business. And then through this program, we have a sub-program called the New Co-op Sustainable Enterprise Development, or the Co-op Seed Program. In this sub-program, we partner cooperatives to national government agencies with various programs for cooperatives. And then after partnering these cooperatives, we provide technical assistance to cooperatives via preparation of feasibility studies, bookkeeping, reporting, among others. So ito po yung kung naririnig nyo, if we are partnering with the Department of Agriculture through their e-Kadiwa platform, through their Ikadiwa grant financing program. We are also initiating partnership with the DSWD through their food packs. We are negotiating with them on how we can mainstream cooperatives in the provision of the food packs for indigents and other operations of the DSWD. And then, of course, through this program, we are coordinating with our mother agency, the Department of Trade and Industry, for their support. Plus, we are now partnering with the Development Bank of the Philippines for the financing of several projects of cooperatives engaged in rice and palay operations or transactions. So yun po, dito po namin inaangkla yung partnership namin with government agencies and in terms of financing cooperatives, in terms of moving their products to market, dito po sa Cooperative Supply and Value Chain Program. Our key result area is to ensure the participation of cooperatives in the food security program of the government as well as other recovery programs of the national government. Kung makikita po natin sa Bayanihan 2, marami po ang areas kung saan pwedeng isinama ang kooperatiba. So, doon po sa Section 4, letter F, item 2 nila, in which 5,000 to 8,000 unemployment and involuntary separation assistance for displaced workers or employees due to COVID-19, including probationary project, seasonal, contractual, and casual employees will be given assistance. At cooperatives were included here. So dito po sa programang ito, susubukan din po namin na i-mainstream ang kooperatiba dito para nang sa ganon yung mga manggagawa ng mga kooperatiba ay na hindi pa nabibigyan ng ayuda ay magkaroon. And then in this program, we will also implement Section 4 of the Bayanihan 2, ensuring the availability of credit and productive sectors of the economy, especially the countryside, through measures such as, but not limited to, a lowering of effective lending rates and others. This includes also cooperatives. So we would like to mainstream cooperatives in this by linking them to specific government government institutions that provides financial assistance. Like DBP, meron na po tayong coordination with them. And then SB Corporation, we have a memorandum of agreement with them. And we shall try to enhance once more our relationship with the Land Bank of the Philippines so that cooperatives will continue to benefit from the funds provided for by the Land Bank of the Philippines, including the reprieve they will provide. So marami po dito namin iaangkla yung iba't iba nating assistance sa kooperatiba. And then financial inclusion for co-ops and its members. But this is looking at internally generated funds of cooperatives. We will continue to, aside from the funding that will come from government agencies, we are looking at although this is pandemic time, we are looking at strengthening and enhancing the internal financial capacity of cooperatives via continuous monitoring and documentation of cooperatives' access and usage of financial assistance from financial institutions, and then monitoring and documentation of cooperatives that access and utilize financial products, services from financial institutions under Financial Inclusion Program, and mainstream CSF or the Credit Surety Fund cooperatives as one major strategy to increase access to or usage of financial assistance by cooperatives, and continuing the monitoring and documentation of savings generation and capital build-up. The key result area in this program is to have monitored and documented cooperatives that access and utilize financial products and services from financial institutions under the Financial Inclusion Program. And then this is a good news for us. The CDA is a bit advanced in its e-services program. As we have we are continuing to enhance our online legal services. We are developing our accreditation facilities information system. And then just recently, we completed the e-co-op RIS, the enhanced cooperative electronic cooperative registration information system, or the automation of cooperative registration of the Cooperative Development Authority. We now have online submission also of required reports with scanned PDF file with signature, and then we have issuance and release of certificate of compliance through email, and then systems enhancement to provide a module for CDA statistics and other information, and online processes for internal clients. Our key result area here is the effective and efficient delivery of CDA products and services through online or virtual platforms in compliance with Bayanihan 2 also, which calls for the digitization of services. We also have e-learning programs for co-ops. We are developing we have the development of e-learning materials for cooperatives. We now conduct PRS through webinar, and then information and promotion of cooperatives through website and social media account, and orientation of co-ops on new issuances of CDA through our regional offices, and business continuity management for cooperatives. Our key result area here is to have provided an accessible, reliable, efficient, and effective services to co-ops that are compliant with public health standards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Ray, for that
Thank you,
presentation. It will really augment the Bayanihan 1, and maybe from this point on, we will be able to move forward. As I said this morning, with DTI, nothing can go wrong. With CDA
Yes,
partnership, nothing can go wrong.
we agree, Attorney. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sir Ray. Now we have the presentation of Attorney Milagros Cristobal from the Department of Agrarian
Attorney
Development.
Mariel,
Yes.
do we have somebody from the co-op who would like to interpolate or raise questions? We can probably accommodate at least two. With your indulgence,
Okay.
can we from the presentation with the good Eddie Ray?
Okay, Attorney Cristobal, you're put on hold again. I'm so sorry for that. So are there questions for Eddie Ray of CDA?
Pwede po silang mag-raise ng hands. I have Sir Tony Aranya,
Carlito.
recognize Tony Aranyas of Tagum.
Carlito.
Sir Tony, would you like to raise? You are recognized, sir.
Carlito next.
It's Roberto Mascareñas.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sige po, Robert Marscan.
Thank you, Attorney Mariel.
Convert.
Thank you.
Ang kuwan ko lang doon sa financial inclusion for co-ops and members. Anong mangyayari doon sa mga cooperative na CSF na hindi pa registered sa CDA? Can the CSF be part of the program ng Bayanihan 2? Paano sila makakali kung hindi pa siya naka-registered sa CDA?
Good afternoon, Kong. Ang sagot po natin doon ay nagkaroon po ng extension of registration. Dapat po September tapos na ang registration natin for CSF. But kinonsider po natin yung ibang mga nakalinya for registration na humahabol. So at saka meron pa pong iba na kailangan pa talagang irehistro. Binigyan po natin ng hanggang December ang registration ng CSF para nang sa ganun ay mas marami sa bawat areas natin ang matulungan ng surety process ng CSF po.
So kailangan mo nang ma-registered siya.
Opo. Dapat marehistro po siya para magkaroon siya ng juridical personality at mag-comply din po tayo sa batas on CSF na sinasabing magre-rehistro po siya as a cooperative.
Thank
you po.
Mr. President, Alex, Congressman Ben.
Okay, Sir Robert Mascareñas from Barangka.
Tapos na, sir.
And si
Are you okay with that, Sir
Tony.
Robert?
Okay na ako, okay na ako.
So we recognize the
Tony Arañas.
NASCO Director Anthony Arañas po.
Okay, thank you, Carlitos and President Alex. I am Director Tony Arañas from Tagum Cooperative, same time Director of CNPL from Davao del Norte po. There are many cooperatives here in the ground who have been asking whether who will issue the IRR for co-ops insofar as Bayanihan Act 2 is concerned. Kasi sa mga private banks, mayroon ng BSP IRR eh. So is CDA going to issue IRR for the Bayanihan 2 with respect to yung pagdating sa grace period sa loan payment, etc.?
Sir Tony, magandang hapon
Yes.
po.
Yeah.
We are in
yes,
the
thank you.
process of ito. Talagang marami nang nagtatanong kagaya ninyo na kayo, ang CDA ba ay mag-i-issue ng guidelines. However, ang ginagawa namin, medyo prudent lang po kami. Magkakaroon din po. Hintay-hintay lang po ng konti. May mga naranasan po kasi tayo ng nakaraan doon sa Bayanihan 1 na kailangang i-resolve natin kasi tayo mismo sa kooperatiba may mga iba't ibang pananaw at implementasyon. So, kailangan pong maging prudent ng konti yung aming pag-i-issue dito sapagkat gaya ng nangyayari sa cooperative sector, may malalaki, may maliliit na, napakaliliit na kooperatiba. So, kailangan po ay pag-aralan ng maigi. At nandoon po kami, nagtanong na po kami sa mga dapat tanungin kung papaano, kung ano ang interpretation nila sa specific na provision ng Bayanihan 2, specifically Section 4 letters W and U, no?
Yeah.
Opo, may mga kinaklaro lang po tayong punto at saka po tayo mag-i-issue ng guidelines patungkol diyan.
Eh, sir, ganito lang kasi although I understand your predicament on that, ang worry kasi ng cooperative kasi if you remember yung Bayanihan to, mayroong timetable yun up to December 31, 2020 dapat tapos na. So when can we expect the IAR to be issued to be released by CDA? How soon?
The process has already started. Pero yung as to specific date, hindi mo na ako mangangako sa inyo kasi pag-uusapan pa po sa board yan. But we will, we are hearing cooperatives po. Although hindi mo na ako, and we are aware that the time is running very fast po.
Yun na nga.
Yes,
we hope that the issuance of that IAR from CDA will really be very soon. Thank you.
Yes, salamat po, salamat.
Okay. Thank you, Alex at saka Lips.
Attorney
Sorry.
Mariel, our next
Welcome.
presenter, please.
May I present now for
Our
our
attorney,
ASEC?
Yes.
attorney Carlitos.
Si Kong Ben.
ay.
Kong Ben.
Si Kong Ben, yes. Yes, Kong Ben, you're heard.
Before the DAR, can I have some inquiry po sa CDA?
Yes, go ahead, Kong.
Hello, good afternoon po sa CDA.
Good afternoon, Kong.
We would like to acknowledge our strong partnership with the CDA.
Thank you.
Lahat na taga CDA nakasama natin. Good afternoon. Una, sir, gusto ko lang kasama ngayon sa discussion kasi I am aware almost 900 po ang nag-login at live din tayo sa Facebook. That as regards to our plan to a day with the President, mayroon tayong plano na napagkasunduan, no, na we will ask again the cooperatives to donate. So, di ba nagkasundo tayo, sir, na mag-issue po ang CDA ng memorandum circular to that effect? O ano na ba ang update doon? Para, kasi maraming co-op nag-request.
Donation po ba, Kong, ang sinasabi ninyo or yung yun pong activity on the 20th po.
Di, yung donation, kasi one of the major parts sa ating activities, we will turn over our donation to the national government. That was our agreement na nagingit po yung co-op kung pwede ba ang CDA maka-reinforce ng isang circular to that effect as their guidance.
Doon po sa punto po ng donation for CDA to call for cooperatives to donate, we will siguro pag-uusapan po namin yan, yung mga legal intricacies regarding donation. Pero kung hindi po naman kami makapag-issue ng memorandum circular, ay maaari pong ang mga kooperatiba na mismo, and we will just marahil recognize po namin yung ganoong punto. Because when we say donation, baka meron po kaming mga limitasyon na kailangan pagdaanan pagdating sa calling on you, the cooperative sector, to donate. So siguro may idudulog pa po natin yan sa ating board of directors at saka po sa amin pong legal.
Okay, sir. With your respect sa CDA, I hope you can have the opinion or the words from the
Yes,
CDA, the zones kasi the cooperatives are waiting. In fact, example, ito sila ni Mr. Antonio Aranyas, nag-decide na daw sila sa Tagum to allocate 500,000 for that. Tama ba ko, Sir Tony Aranyas?
Yes, Congressman Ben, you are very correct on that.
So, hindi na kayo naghintay ng
Kasi po kung
circular sa CDA?
nag-issue na po kami noon kung na they can use their community development fund and other funds. Meron na po tayong ganong memorandum circular, and at the same time tinitingnan namin dito sa data natin doon sa mga nag-issue po ng nag-release po ng community development fund. Marami pang co-op ang pwede pang magbigay ng tulong sa pamamagitan ng community development fund. So siguro panawagan na lamang po based on that circular dahil panahon naman ng pandemic po 'yon. So we
sige,
will
sir.
just reiterate
Yun na lang siguro, sir. It's a good language. Ma-reiterate na lang kasi during our forum with
no problem po,
Bongo,
i-fan namin po kung
yun ang napag-usapan. Okay. Number 2,
yes
sir.
po, yes po.
Number 2, I have
Congressman Ben,
observed.
Congressman Ben, before you proceed, no, just a little interruption. Yung tanong mo kanina, that is true, perhaps because the Board of Tagum Co-op recognizes that I am part of the CNPL. But other co-ops are asking me kung mayroon ba talagang letter of parang persuasion from CDA to really push the co-ops to donate for the pandemic situation natin. So iba talaga kung mayroong letter of persuasion coming from CDA kasi at least yun ang basis na ibang alam mo naman ng co-op, all these things will have to be approved by the board. So that
we will
is,
just reiterate po our circular on the matter on community development fund, on optional fund. We will just reiterate po para maalala po ng lahat ng kooperatiba na nag-issue ang Cooperative Development Authority ng encouragement during the time of lockdowns. At magpapatuloy dahil nasa pandemic pa po tayo.
May I continue? Sino po ang nag-preside? Hello?
Yes, Kong.
Okay. Sir, today,
yes po, Kong. Yes po.
Yeah, I'm not sure kung mayroon tayong discussion as regards to the SB Corporation, DTI, and Land Bank. Napasin ko doon sa KRA ninyo.
Biological question. May precision to your biological questions about
hello, sir.
Payment monitoring guidelines.
Dito po sa financial inclusion, yung KRA is focused on monitoring and documentation. Di ba? Ibalik natin yon. Is focused on monitoring and documentation. Ang napansin ko, sir.
Kung sa financial inclusion po ba yan, Kong?
Yeah, monitoring and documentation. So, ang napansin ko, isa sa pinakamalaking problema sa mga co-op is on liquidity because of the 60 days moratorium. And aside from that, liquidity then in terms of delinquency. May I appeal to the CDA na pwede ba tayo magtulungan na kung may agreement tayo with SB Corporation na sana ma-address yung mga concerns natin na pinuput forward natin. Example, ang pinaput forward natin sa Small Business Corporation na gawing conduit yung mga co-op. Ikalawa, i-relax yung mga requirements, ibaba yung interest rate. What I mean, sir, hindi lang ako, I thank the CDA for the initiatives, but pwede hindi lang tayo limited sa monitoring and documentation. We should, sa palagay ko, we should post and lobby yung pinaka-basic na issues tungkol doon sa lowering of interest rate, relaxing the requirements, at saka yung ease of doing business. Because this has been the reports na na-receive ko, example po sa ibang mga co-op, hanggang ngayon, pending pa ang mga request nila. Hindi pa na-aksyonan sa SB Corporation at saka sa Land Bank kasi marami pang hiningi na requirements. Ikalawa, mahigpit pa rin sila sa requirement ng delinquency rate na alam naman natin ngayon sino ba ang co-op na hindi ma-delinquent. Tapos hirap din sila sa liquidity. At saka yung response sa Land Bank at sa SB Corporation, until today, wala pang categorical na answer whether may baba yung interest rate. Very general lang po, wala pa. So, yun lang sir, I would like to appeal na pwede ba magtulungan tayo doon na mag-request talaga tayo ng lobby na sana ang SB Corporation, because that is a fund allocated from Congress, pati yung Land Bank, i-consider nila yung mga hinaing sa mga primaries. Hirap na nga sila, pwede ba mababa yung interest rate sa level nila at saka ma-relax yung mga requirements. Although lahat yon pinadala na natin sa kanila, what I am driving at, pwede ang CDA will join us the sector in asking the Land Bank and the SB Corporation para naman sa mga kooperatiba. Yun lang,
Kong?
Mr. Chairman, yung presiding. Thank you.
Kong, pwede po akong sumagot? Kong? Sagutin niyo
yes,
lang
sir.
po, Kong.
Mayroon naman
Yes.
Dalawang
Yes,
ano
Adrian.
po kasi yun. Yung nakita niyo po, sir, Kong, ay sa financial inclusion. Pero more on monitoring yung nakita niyo. Yung bago mag-financial inclusion po, meron kaming cooperative supply and value chain program na kung saan meron dito sa letter B, meron kaming tinatawag na New Cooperative Sustainable Enterprise Development Program, which caters to the partnership of cooperatives to NGAs with various programs for cooperatives. Ang partner po natin dyan ay SB Corporation, Development Bank of the Philippines, Land Bank of the Philippines, ang isa sa kwan po natin, kinakausap. And then the Department of Agriculture, kaya nilang mag-provide ng financial assistance, so we are partnering with them. At hindi lamang po minomonitor ang ginagawa po namin. Kung napapansin po ninyo, meron kaming yung ikadiwa, meron po tayong araw ng magsasaka. Noong araw ng kooperatiba sa agrikultura noong October 1, yun po ay isang halimbawa na inilalapit natin at ina-assistihan yung mga cooperative para sa kanila pong financial assistance. Ganon din po sa DBP, nilalapit natin yung mga rice farmers at rice co-ops sa DBP for possible assistance.
Sige sir, salamat po doon sir. We thank the
SPC.
CDA for all that. Salamat
Yes
po.
po.
Yun lang.
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you po sa CDA.
Party Press,
Can I
we call
introduce
on
now?
Ma'am Luz
Okay.
Erinco to introduce our next
Yes.
presenter. Ma'am Luz, take it
Yes.
away.
Thank you, Carl. My salute and Admiration for our presenter from the Department of Agrarian Reform for patiently waiting for her turn. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you ASEC Attorney Milagros Cristobal of the Support Services Office of the Department of Agrarian Reform. You have now the floor, Attorney. Thank you for waiting. Attorney Cristobal, you have the floor now.
Naka-mute po yata si Attorney Cristobal, Ms. Ma'am Luz.
ASEC Cristobal, please unmute. Attorney.
Yes, ma'am. Let me check. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're already loud and
Okay.
clear. Thank
Yes,
you.
we hear you.
Okay. Sige, let me proceed. Okay, ma'am. The Agrarian Reform Department, we're concerned primarily with who we call agrarian reform beneficiaries. These are our farmers who are given land by the government through the Agrarian Reform Program. These are what we call our EP, CLOA holders, those who have been given emancipation patents and certificate of land ownership awards. Now, we have programs for cooperatives as part of our support services. Now, our desired results, of course, would be to increase the productivity of our ARBs, our Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries, increase their incomes, and generate their jobs for them. So, in a sense, what we can say, our mission is to lead in the establishment of functional ARB cooperatives and organizations and viable communities of ARBs through the delivery of gender equitable and sustainable social and economic infrastructure support. Now, for our programs, we have our credit and micro. These are our programs that are focused on our what we call ARBOs, Agrarian Reform Business Organizations. And our ARBOs primarily take the form of cooperatives. Most of them are cooperatives, but we have other forms as well and organizations. Our programs are the credit and microfinance development. We have livelihood and enterprise development. Then we have climate change mitigation and disaster risk management and capacity development. Now for rural credit and microfinance, what we do is what our targets are is to have competent and productive PBD supply chain specialized on agri-credit and microfinance delivery. And then we have effective agri-credit, microfinance, agri-insurance, risk mitigating measures delivery system. We have programs on responsive stewardship of financial resources. And then we have the availability of a wide range of appropriate and attractive agri-credit and microfinance services. So our credit assistance program for program beneficiaries development, we call it the CAPPBD. Then we have the Agrarian Production Credit Program, or the APCP. And then we have the microfinance capacity development in ARAS, which is the Agrarian Reform Areas. Sorry. Okay. Now for assistance for beneficiaries development, we make available credit assistance to non-bank eligible ARB cooperatives and farmer organizations so that eventually they can graduate into bank eligible organizations, because we know, especially when it comes to small farmers and small ARBs, they are not at the onset, they have a difficult time passing the criteria of regular lending institutions. So we provide credit assistance to them and eventually help them graduate into being able to avail of the regular financial products of banks and other lending institutions. We also provide technical assistance to ARB cooperatives and farmers association, especially in the area of institutional development for organizational strengthening and governance, because it is important for them to, there are requirements, especially when it comes to institutional barriers. They need to pass certain criteria and show a certain degree of organization for them to be able to qualify for the credit. And then we have enterprise development for ARB cooperatives to ensure adoption of appropriate technology, establishment of enterprises, then market linkaging and enterprise effectiveness and efficiency, viability, and sustainability. So for our credit facilities, we have window one for traditional crops, fixed assets, working capital, or a combination of all these. Then we, at one point, we established window two for rubber rehabilitation. And then we have window three for production crops, traditional and high value crops, and then enterprise development. Now, the credit program, we have the credit programs for affected women and men ARBs and small farm holders in agrarian reform areas which are affected by natural disasters. This is designed to cater to the financial needs of men and women ARBs that need post-disaster emergency financing for recovery of their farming activities to cope with the effects of the natural disaster. So we provide credit support for post-disaster emergency needs to restore livelihood and farming activities. And then we capacitate co-ops, FAs, and men and women ARB and smallholders to effectively manage the operations of gender-sensitive livelihood projects and enterprises through the adoption of disaster-resilient and agri-technology and market linkaging alliances. We implement risk mitigation measures to reduce the effect of natural disaster and safeguard assets of men and women of ARBs and small farm holders and our ARBOs. And we also develop and enhance the capacities of field implementers in the provision of hand-holding activities and technical support related to financial support, livelihood, farming activities in natural disaster risk areas. This program is what we call assistance to restore and install sustainable enterprise for agrarian reform beneficiaries and small farm holders, which we call for ARISE ARBs for short.
Are we done, Asek?
No, we have I think we have a small, there's more, medyo naghang lang po. We have a little problem with our, sandali lang po. Then we also have the DAR PCIC crop insurance subsidy. We have 1 billion crop insurance subsidy for 162,194 ARBs that are included in the RSBSA. That the RSBSA is the database of the Department of Agriculture. Now we also have microfinance capacity development in agrarian reform areas to develop ARB cooperatives capacities and then capacitate field implementers. Then we also develop and strengthen partner cooperatives with competencies on microfinance and business development related activities, operating policy systems installation, and sound financial performance. We have livelihood and enterprise development, which to develop capable, effective PBD supply chains with local partners, build responsible and replicable economic, social enterprise initiatives, utilize available resources, and adopt market-led, crop commodity-specific, consolidated production, processing, and marketing systems among our ARB crop and commodity clusters. We have linking small farm holders to markets. The goal is basically small farm holding households have to sustain their livelihoods through AE development. And we target small landholders and small farm holders in agrarian reform areas, which so that they can sustainably engage in the market system. We also have the village level farm for focused enterprise development. And this intervention is to enhance the capacities of our ARBs and RBOs in establishing profitable rural enterprise that are anchored in crop-based production. We give technical and funding assistance that covers the renovation, enhancement of existing processing and manufacturing centers, and to help RBO's compliance with the requirements of FDA for licensing. We have climate change mitigation and disaster risk management. We engage communities to adopt climate-resistant, environment-friendly technologies to establish a viable, competitive, and gender-responsive economic and viable rural-based enterprise managed by ARBs, ARB household, and organizations, and rural women. Then we also have the CP WASH, which is the community managed potable water sanitation and hygiene projects. It's basically geared towards giving them access to safe potable water and raise their awareness and practices on health and sanitation, and introduce alternative low-cost technologies and water and sanitation. Then capacity development and knowledge management is basically training, no, to help the PBD supply chain and support networks, to facilitate organization, management, and delivery of CapDev, and optimize utilization of financial resources. So we give training for them for that, and to make available and accessible ARB cooperatives and ARBO-relevant information, knowledge, and gender-responsive CapDev initiatives. For cooperative strengthening program, this program is designed to put in place a capacity building and development support initiative for ARB cooperatives, focused on leadership and governance, to build capacities for financially viable and socially economic projects that meet industry standards, and also to facilitate the registration of new ARB cooperatives. Then we have credit and microfinance capacity development. We extend technical services and capacity development to ARBs and RBOs, and for pre-loan availment during loan utilization and post-loan availment. And of course, we have the Farm Business School, which is designed to help farmers and ARBO members to learn how to make their farming enterprise and overall farm operations profitable and market-led. So we believe that if you plan for a few years, grow rice. If you plan for decades, grow trees. But if you plan for a century, we grow men and women who will be effective stewards of our land. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney. ASEC Milagros Cristobal of the Department of Agrarian Reform. May I call now our reactor, Mr. Diosdado Luna, Communications Development Officer of NATCO Network. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Luz Irinco. Am I?
Yes, you're loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, ASEC Milagros Cristobal, for your presentation. That was really impressive. And we're glad to report to you that the NATCO network has actively been in partnership with the DAR. Okay,
Yes.
We realize that nung nag-umpisa ang Agrarian Reform Program noong 1988, ay akala nila sapat na yung bigyan lang ng lupa ang mga
Lupa.
magsasaka.
Tama.
Kulang.
Oo.
Tapos binigyan ng production capacity, kulang. Binigyan ng pera, kulang. So kailangan magtayo kayong cooperative. Medyo kulang pa rin kasi they don't know how to run cooperative.
Yes.
These are farmers. So we thank you that you have partnered with NATCO. So we're happy to report, for the sake of all those who are participating in this event, that since June 2006, NATCO established the MICOOP program. We have 131 branches that we have established. And right now, we have partnered with 62 primary co-ops, of which 44 are agrarian reform cooperatives. And so far, these 44 agrarian reform cooperatives have around 6,200 agrarian reform households, which are being assisted. So what is MICOOP? Under MICOOP, we're providing training, we're providing funding, and we are providing loans to these co-ops. And the good news is that 2 of these our agrarian farm co-ops have already graduated into large co-ops with
Yes,
more than
actually.
100 million in assets. Imagine, mga magsasaka po ito, and now they have more than 100 million assets. And these 82 MICOOP branches have generated internal funds of 1.27 billion internal funds. And they have released 2.11 billion in loans. So yung kulang nun ay supported na ng NATCO network. So we are happy to report that we have been actively supporting the MICARAS program with the DAR. And sa ngayon, we'd like to, well, I'm not so happy to report no, na medyo mataas po ang non-payment of loans. Not even just during the COVID crisis. Even before the COVID crisis, medyo mataas ang non-payment of
Before,
loans, ang
yes.
delinquency. But we are working on that. We're training these agrarian reform cooperatives how to manage their co-ops well. Also, we'd like probably to emphasize ASEC Cristobal, no? Siguro kailangan ipag-ibayo pa natin yung crop insurance kasi yan po ang talagang number 1 na sanhi kung bakit hindi nakakabayad ang ating mga magsasaka. Pagka nagkaroon ng bagyo, nagkaroon ng tagtuyot, nasisira ang mga tanim ng mga magsasaka at hindi sila nakakabayad ng mga utang nila. So it's really important that we spread the risk, all right? And not only on the farmers, but also on the government to share on the risk through crop insurance. That is very important, ma'am. But otherwise, you can be assured
Yes,
that
sir.
NATCO Network will continue to partner with Department of Agrarian Reform for all your projects. So on behalf of the NATCO Network,
Yes, sir.
ASEC, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dado.
May we
That's
respond,
really
ma'am?
heartwarming
Or-
and very inspiring. Yes, go ahead, Asek. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. We actually have been focusing on credit crop insurance, no? Kasi we have even trained our people na kung up to the point na sila na ang tutulong para sa mga cooperatives natin tsaka ARBs natin sa even sa pag-fill up ng forms, alam nyo na kasi kung minsan hindi nasasapat nga na sabihin sa kalang merong ganito, bigyan ng konting training hanggang sa what we really call na parang hawakan mo na ang kamay, hand holding. And then to make sure that they actually go through the whole process para naman pagdating ng crisis at saka disaster meron silang fallback na kasi doon sila nahihirapan, no? Tapos kakausap din namin ng PCIC, no, so that from the top, we also push them that salubungin na nila sa baba yung mga binibigay namin dokumento, kung anong kulang, i-facilitate. And then kung minsan kasi isa sa mga naghihirapan kaming mga requirements noon, kailangan kasi for instance, and with the sa DA, kailangan meron silang requirement na registered sila sa RSBSA, yung registry nila for farmers, di ba? Eh doon pa lang kung minsan hahanapin mo pa talaga yung kanilang mga MAU on the ground so that we can facilitate the registration again, which is going to be a requirement to for some of the credit and assistance facilities. Pero yan po, kumbaga sinusuyod na po namin yan. Siyempre medyo na hold back kami ngayon dahil sa pandemic, no? Dati madaling sumugod pumunta rito. Ngayon sa malakas at madalas na pagbabago ng mga quarantine and safety na guidelines natin, kung minsan naghihigpit, kung minsan nagluluwag, naapektuhan din yung ating pag-abot sa kanila at saka pagbaba at pakikipag-usap. Pero huwag kayong mag-alala, tuloy-tuloy po yung aming gawain ganito. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Asik. The model that is going on with NATCO can be cascaded to other federations in the region. So that's a good news for the federations and the agrarian reform beneficiaries. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
This afternoon, I'm supposed to handle also the Department of Agriculture. And since there is no representative from the DA, I have Plan B. I am going to request the reactor for DA to present the concerns of the agricultural sector so that we will add this up. This is going to be recorded officially and we will submit this to DA for their response. So our reactor is the general manager of Camarines Sur Multipurpose Cooperative, the chairperson of the Rice and Corn Sector, Regional Agriculture and Fishery Council of Region 5. She is the treasurer of the Federation of Agricultural Cooperatives in Camarines Sur. Mga kakooperatiba, may present to you Ms. Annelene Panerio, CPA, to give us their concerns and how we will be able to bring this to the attention of the Department of Agriculture. Annelene, please, you have the floor.
Yes, hello. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Ma'am Luz, magandang hapon.
Magandang hapon.
Yes po, Congressman Ben Canama, kaya President Alex, at sa iba pa po nating mga kasamahan sa buong Pilipinas.
Hi, Annelene.
Po sa ating lahat. Ayan po. So, kami po sa CAMSUR Multipurpose Cooperative and sa Bicol Region are very grateful and privileged for the support na binibigay po sa amin ng Department of Agriculture for the past 8 years of operation in agricultural sector. Bali po, ang CAMSUR Cooperative simula 2014 ay marami nang natanggap from Department of Agriculture, lalo na yung mga post-harvest facilities, pati rin yung other technical support and capability buildings sa Department of Agriculture. But then, sa pagpapatakbo namin sa agrikultura, marami pa rin kami nakitang mga issues and concern na dapat talaga pagtuunan ng pansin ng ating mga government leaders para mas matulungan po natin ang ating mga magsasaka. Okay. Naririnig pa po ba?
Yes.
Yes, Annelene, you're loud and clear.
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Yes po. And for the corn sector, ito po yung mga napag-usapan namin. Ang problema po natin ay yung high production cost of corn farmers and low market price of dried corn. Bali po kasi kung titingnan natin, comparative sa rice, ang rice ay meron rice tarification law na pag-iwanan po yung corn sector natin. Wala pong dati, ito ay under hawak pa ng National Food Authority, NFA, pero sa ngayon halos wala na. So wala nang nagre-regulate kung sino ang ano ang tamang presyo para sa corn. So ang napag-isahan namin na kung pwede ay magkaroon ng requesting for creation of Corn Development Authority or any agency that would protect the corn sector. And then, isa pa ay yung kung matandaan natin, bukas ang importation ng corn sa ating bansa at wala ring nagre-regulate pa nito ng importation ng corn. So hinihingi natin na kasi dati naman ang Philippines ay isa sa mataas na nag-export ng corn. Kung pwede, bubuksan ang exportation ng corn ng ating mga corn farmers sa ibang bansa naman. Kasi kung pag-iisa-isahin natin, pag sama-samahin natin yung mga corn production association and cooperatives, kaya naman nating mag-export ng corn. And then, yung isa talagang pinaka issues natin ay yung irrigation system sa ating bansa. Many areas are still not irrigated and no access to water sources. There are existing irrigation system but not operational. Some are not operational, damaged, and not properly maintained and managed. So, napagkaalaman po namin na halos konti pa lang yung irrigated areas. Kung ikukumpara po natin sa ibang bansa, halos naging main na activity talaga ng kanilang crop production ay yung sustainable source of water system. So dito po sa atin, meron naman tag-ulan pero hindi po na-maximize yung pag-impok ng tubig dahil sa kakulangan or sira-sira ang ating mga irrigation system. So sana po mabigyan talaga yon ng magandang atensyon, kakulang atensyon ng ating mga government leaders. And yung nabanggit ni Sir Dado kanina, yung minimal crop insurance for PCIC in times of calamities and any diseases or pests sa ating mga crop production. So sana mapag-aralan talaga na baka pwedeng wider natin yung coverage and more effective safety nets for crop insurance ng ating mga magsasaka, lalo na yung mga maliliit. So, mayroon na akong mga binanggit na mga resolution na binigay ko kay Ma'am Luz. I believe ma-discuss yun ni Ma'am Luz na isa-isa.
Yes.
So, ayun po.
Thank you.
Yes po, ay very tawag nito, very supportive sa programa ng Department of Agriculture. And in fact, sa tulong po ng Kadiwa program ng Department of Agriculture, kami po ay nakapag-supply ng 31,000 bags of rice sa iba't ibang LGUs in Camarines Sur and Bicol region. Dahil din doon sa Sagip-Saka Law ni Senator Pangilinan kung saan diretso na tayo nakapagsusupply sa mga LGUs in times of calamity. So from 7.3 million namin 2019, nagkaroon kami ng sales kaagad ng 62.3 million dahil sa pagbenta namin ng more than 31,000 bags supply sa mga LGUs. And then yung Kadiwa program ng Department of Agriculture, napakaganda noon. Natulungan din namin yung aming mga vegetable and fruits production farmers na mag-supply sa iba't ibang mga villages, iba-ibang areas kung saan nandun yung aming mga members na mabigyan sila ng pagkain sa oras ng ECQ and GCQ. So malaking tulong yung programang yun. And yun. So thank you very much sa Department of Agriculture, sa Co-op NATCO Party List para po mailahad po namin yung aming ding mga request pa. Lalong-lalo po sa irrigation system. Yun talaga, kailangan pa po natin yun na mas iayos. Thank you very much po.
Thank you so much, Anilin. Talagang proud member ito ng Agricultural Cluster Committee of the Co-op NATCO Party List. I am so proud of you, Anilin. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so another reactor that I would like to call on is a representative of a federation who had been working directly with farmers, helping them market their products. And this is a federation that is truly working for the benefit of farmers to improve their lives, to improve their marketing arm, And may I call now Samantha Osubida of the Federation of People Sustainable Development Cooperative. Your floor now, Sam.
Yes po,
Girl
magandang
power,
hapon po sa ating lahat. Salamat po Ma'am Luz sa inyong introduction. So, salamat po sa pagbibigay ng opportunity in behalf of FPSDC for allowing us to present what we do, particularly for the different members of the federation and as well as different partner cooperatives. So I'll be sharing a quick visual presentation lang din po of what we do in FPSDC. So as mentioned by Ma'am Luz po, we are a federation composed of around 170 cooperatives from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So ang aming pong ino-offer na services to them ay both financial and non-financial services. So as part of the financial services po, dito po pumapasok yung ating mga loan services, saving services to our members. While on the other hand, in our non-financial services po, dito naman pumapasok po yung ating capacity building to our members and also our distribution and marketing facility. So si FPSDC po, since tayo po ay advocate of sustainable development as part of our name nga po, we advocate for sustainable development, particularly in encouraging our member farmers to consider taking on sustainable agriculture. And dahil nga po dun sa panghihikayat namin ito, may mga ilang membro po tayo na na-persuade natin na mag-shift into organic agriculture. Pero alam naman po natin na hindi po yun ganun kabilis, at nakita din po natin na as along the years nung ini-implement po natin to, may mga nakita po tayong several gaps and challenges due to this shift. So ilan lang po sa mga ito ay number one, of course, yung po market access. So yung mga members po natin, although may mga produce sila, wala po silang sapat na access to have this brought to the mainstream market. Number two, in terms of costs of certification. So alam naman po natin na ang certification, particularly in terms of organic accreditation, is very expensive. And lastly, technical support. So the cooperatives producing are in need of additional technical support in order to further improve their products and pass the standards of the mainstream market. So dahil po dito sa mga nakuha nating challenges na to, nagkaroon po tayo ng tinatawag nating distribution and marketing facility in FPSDC. So sa pamamagitan po nitong distribution and marketing facility na to, ina-assist po natin yung ating mga partner cooperatives mula pa po sa production hanggang sa makonsume po ng ating end users yung mga pinoproduce nila. So ito pong ating distribution and marketing po based on a value chain approach of doing business, and may dalawa po siyang muka, yung ating development side and business side. So sa development side po, dito yung ating pakikipag-ugnayan sa ating mga cooperative partners kung saan po natin kino-consolidate yung product nila. And ito po mga pinipurchase natin on COD basis, kasi po alam naman natin na sa mga dun po yung talagang naging hirap sa kanila na kung wala silang sapat na paikot, mahihirapan po silang mag-produce ng kanilang mga source of livelihood. And also, kanina nga po nabanggit ko yung cost of certification masyado pong expensive para sa ating members. So we offer assistance in that po. So we offer them development support such as trainings. Tinutulungan din po natin sila sa quality improvement ng products nila para po pumasa ito sa mga quality standards ng mga mainstream market access. So ito po yung development side natin, yung ugnayan natin with cooperatives, and the other side is business side po. So dito si FPSDC po mainly tumatrabaho. Dito po natin pinaprocess, minamarket at dinidistribute yung iba't ibang produkto ng mga kooperatiba po natin. So we distribute them to supermarkets, institutions, export market. Meron din po tayong sariling web shop na tinatawag nating pilingpinoy.coop. And also, we also tap different cooperatives kung hindi man po sila agriculture cooperatives, yung po may mga credit cooperatives or others na mag-install po ng mga kiosks sa kanila para mas ma-build up po yung awareness ng products of cooperatives. At lahat po ng mga produkto natin ng mga cooperatives ay binrand po natin as farms and cottages. So ano nga po ba yung value chain? So sinasabi natin value chain is a business model that describes the full range of activities needed to create a product or service. It covers steps up from product conception to distribution and everything in between. So yun nga po yung nabanggit ko kanina na sa buong value chain po na dun si FPSDC to assist our different cooperatives. So nabanggit ko po yung farms and cottages po yung brand na ginagamit natin to market our cooperatives products. So ito po, number one, being a member of the International Cooperative Alliance, we bring awareness to our products by that these are products from the cooperatives by placing the co-op marque. We are also Food and Drug Administration registered po ang mga products natin, halal certified, of course, proudly Pinoy, and we have the seal of excellence and integrity from the organic certification of the Philippines. So ito po yung mga produkto ng mga kooperatiba na dinadala natin sa mainstream market. Baka ilan po sa inyo nakita na siya. So meron po tayong rice, sugar na muscovado and cocoa sugar. Meron din po tayong exotic jams and jellies, Spanish sardines or herring, raw wild honey, at nata de coco, among others po. So ito po yung full range of organic rice natin. Meron tayong brown, pink, red, and black. At meron din naman po tayong pinagsama-sama nun na multicolored rice para po sa mga hindi nakakapag-decide kung alin nga ba dun sa mga kulay na yon. Ito po yung nabanggit ko po yung muscovado sugar natin and cocoa sugar. Meron din po tayong exotic jams and jellies mula po sa mga partners natin sa Northern Luzon. Ito po mga produce po from our partners in Laguna and then Palawan and Southern Mindanao.
Okay.
And most recently po, may din-develop po tayong black garlic from our in partnership with our partners from Northern Luzon. So at present, we are at around 1,000 supermarkets and institutions. Para po mapanatili ito, yun nga po yung nabanggit ko po, meron tayong FNC kiosks. So kung may mga cooperatives po dito na gusto nating kumbaga pride na ipagmalaki yung mga produkto ng cooperatives, ito po yung nakikita naming way para mas mapakalat pa siya bukod po sa pagtap ng mga mainstream market. And also, yung pong Piling Pinoy na ating web shop, pwede nyo pong bisitahin para makita nyo. It's more than just a platform. It is our way po to build awareness sa mga cooperative products po na dinadala natin. And also po, in order for us to sustain these po, meron po tayong mga projects for the youth wherein we tap them to come up with viable business ideas para since alam naman po natin na talagang tumatanda na po ang age ng farmers dito at sa Pilipinas, actually hindi lang po sa Pilipinas pero sa ibang parte din ng mundo, kaya gusto po nating itap ang mga cooperatives na magbigay ng mga youth participants or representative nila para makapag-come up po sila ng business ideas or different products na pwede din pong i-carry ni farms and cottages. Dito po sa Y-Lead program po natin or Youth Leading in Enterprise and Agriculture Development, ang mga youth po natin ay mag-undergo po ng 3 months na course sa business development, marketing, and the like.
Wrap up now, Sam.
Ay, okay po. No problem. Ito po yung initiative natin para ma-engage ang youth and mag-participate din po sila in cooperative governance. And lastly, to wrap up po, yung pong ating handholding and viable enterprise na similar po siya sa isang social franchising facility kung saan lahat po ng technologies in producing several products can be cascaded down to our member cooperatives. So initially po, we have one for cocoa sugar para po yung mga cooperatives natin na may abundant coconut trees sa kanilang area, they can tap this as a new viable enterprise for them. So kanina po, we would like to commend all the agencies for coming up with policies and programs that would help us further as enablers po for the different programs that we come up in FPSDC. So we are really looking forward po to collaborating with you in the future, particularly in uplifting the lives of the cooperative members. So maraming salamat po ulit sa opportunity.
Thank you so much, Sam. So marketing, here we have a federation that will market your products. and capability building, they also have. So in effect, may ginagawa talaga ang sektor. We're not sleeping actually. We're doing our best to really be focused on our goal of helping the marginalized and alleviating the poor. So am I given how many minutes for the wrap up, Carl?
3
How many
minutes,
minutes do I
madam.
have? Okay.
3 minutes,
So
ma'am.
before I proceed, I would like, in behalf of the cooperative sector, to congratulate and salute Secretary William Dar for recognition as the Lifetime Contributed Awardee Public Sector by the Board of Judges of the Asia CEO Awards 2020. At alam mo ba, na si Secretary William Dar is the author of the book Feeding the Forgotten Poor. So kalinya talaga natin. We are really working hand in hand, and I hope everything that we are talking today and we have been talking since August 13 will be listened to and responded to by Secretary Dar. So since August 13, with the meeting with Senator Villar and Secretary Dar, we submitted a resolution requesting the suspension of the past due rate as criterion in accessing loans from ACPC and other government financial institutions. Some proposals from the agricultural sector also was submitted, which are the following: inclusion of cooperatives in projects that promotes value adding to their produce, as well as livelihood opportunities to supplement their farming, access to farmer-friendly farm inputs, and zero interest loans, machineries, and post-harvest facilities. And very important, as earlier discussed by the Department of Agrarian Reform, co-op friendly accreditation by agencies. Kasi when you deal with farmers, it's very difficult to comply with the requirements. And then recognition of cooperatives as consolidators of farm produce to prevent exploitation and access to better market. As earlier stated by Anilin, today we have irrigation, we have insurance needs, and we have to take back in time to the corn industry. Last September 20, there were proposals for cooperative submitted to Secretary Dar for cooperatives and federations as conduits in implementing the DAE programs, including capacity building for enterprise development, cooperative federations as partners of DAE in the Farm and Fisheries Clustering and Consolidation Program. This is, in short, the F2C2 project towards greater inclusiveness in agri-development in the country, and cooperative and federations as conduits of DAE programs embodied in Republic Act 11494, or the Bayanihan Act on COVID-19 Response and Recovery Intervention. Again, we need to improve our irrigation. We need to improve our insurance. The big brother concept that works between the DAR and NAPCO network should be cascaded to other areas. Insurance that is responsive to the needs of the agrarian reform beneficiaries, and easy requirements on accreditation and registration of farmers. Thank you, and that's all from the agrarian and the agricultural sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ma'am Luz. Virtual clap for Ma'am Luz. Attorney Mariel. Attorney, who's going to be our next presenter?
Sorry, the Department of Trade and Industry just called to clarify some matters. So are we on to the next presenter?
Yes, attorney.
Yes, the next presenter will be from the Department of Social Welfare Development. I think it's Executive Director Makuto.
Assistant Secretary, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Assistant Secretary.
Rhea Peñaflor.
Attorney.
Oh, so it's not. I'm sorry, ma'am.
So we may call on Engineer Manzano. This is his cluster, DSWD. At Engineer Manzano, take it away.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
for DSWD, I will be representing the Secretary Rolly Bautista for his very short message, and then I will give the floor to Director Resty Makuto and Director Janet Armas, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
May I be given
Yeah, I think
the
the
time
ASIC,
to start already?
Yes.
the ASIC can
Yes.
start now, ma'am. You can start now, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to convey the message of our dear Secretary Rolando Joselito Bautista, in celebration of the Cooperative Day with the theme Co-op Kalinga sa Pandemya. The Department of Social Welfare and Development would like to thank the Honorable Representative of the Co-op NATCO Party List and Committee on Cooperatives Development Chairman Sabiniano Ben Kanama for the invitation to be one of your guests in this Cooperative Day Forum. We would be happy to share with you the DSWD is one of the agencies of the government that caters to the vulnerable and underprivileged sector of the society. It is known for a fact that due to the pandemic, the number of this sector has increased. Hence, it is the mandate of the department to look into their welfare in order for them to cope with the situation.
Dugay ko na unmute.
The government, through the legislature, has approved the Bayanihan 1 and Bayanihan 2 that mandated the DSWD to implement the Social Amelioration Program, or the SAP, for its citizenry. This is apart from our regular programs being implemented, such as the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program, the Sustainable Livelihood Program, the Social Pension for Indigent Senior Citizens, the Supplementary Feeding Program, and of course, the assistance to individuals in crisis situation, or the AICs. Each program has its own criteria of availing the same, and our concerned program directors are here to respond if you have any queries. To end, we would like to congratulate the organizers of this forum, and we wish you a happy Cooperatives Month celebration. Let us continue to complement our programs to further assist our fellow men so that the risk of being poor is minimized, if not at all eradicated. Maraming salamat at mabuhay tayong lahat. Now, I would like to give the floor to our DSWD National Program Managers, our directors, who will share the presentation. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
As
Thank you,
Director,
ASEC Peñaflor.
Before Director Restituto, this is Engineer Manzano, the facilitator. Can I have some words first, if you do allow?
Yes, sir.
So thank
Yes,
you very
sir.
much for that wonderful message from our secretary through ASEC Peñaflor, and also I would like to make mention the other companion from the SWD, Vince Abnaska, and also a short reminder, we will concentrate, this is a good project of Bayanihan 2. We will concentrate our questions and answers, inquiries to Bayanihan 2, so that we will be able to have a full grasp of this program. And also, reactor will follow after the presentation of Director Instituto Makoto. Ma'am Teresa D. Andos, a Juris Doctor and member of BOD of MSU IIT National Multipurpose Cooperative and President of CNPL, MSU IIT NMPC chapter, will be accommodating questions or inquiries regarding the programs of DSWD in relation to Bayanihan to law. So that's all. I would like to recognize Director Instituto Makoto, sir.
Okay, maraming salamat po, Engineer Manzano. So I will be presenting to you the Sustainable Livelihood Program of the Department of Social Welfare and Development na magiging kasama po natin sa Bayanihan to para sa pagbigay po ng ayuda, tulong doon sa mga apektado nating mga mamamayan, yung kanilang mga maliliit na negosyo. Ito po ang isang programa under the Bayanihan to. So we emphasize the role of DSWD, Sustainable Livelihood Program, as a capacity building program which provides opportunities to the vulnerable, marginalized and disadvantaged individuals, families and communities to enhance their livelihood assets and capacity to utilize their resources more productively. The program aims to promote a deeper sense of the participants' own development through bottom-up approach and participatory strategies. Our participants are actively engaged and involved throughout the whole process. They identify their preferred livelihood activities and are involved in the preparation of their own project proposal, which we call sa DSWD, Mungkahing Proyekto. Next slide. The SLP interventions are designed for the program participants to overcome or address their current vulnerabilities and convert this into livelihood opportunities. SLP serves as a bridge to address the vulnerabilities and to translate them to have a productive livelihood through the provision of SLP modalities. The SLP modalities or interventions lead towards the establishment of their enterprise or actual employment. Their employment help improve their level of well-being. Next slide. Eligible SLP participants are the following. SLP is open to every 4 family, prioritizing the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program beneficiaries. It also serves marginalized, vulnerable, and disadvantaged individuals, such as those who were displaced by natural or human-induced disasters, persons with disabilities, and other sectors. Those listed in the Listahanan database. Listahanan is the information management system of the DSWD that identifies who, where, and how many are the poor in the country. Number 3, through SLP men's test. Kung hindi po sa na-qualify doon sa number 1 saka number 2, but they are willing to engage into or inclined to avail of the SLP program, they will be subjected to the SLP men's test. The assistance provided by the program is available for a maximum of 2 members per household, but must pursue different tracks. The Sustainable Livelihood Program shall facilitate the intervention through the following: micro-enterprise development. Participants who exhibit potential and willingness for entrepreneurship may opt to proceed with the micro-enterprise development track. Participants in the MD track must be at least 16 years old to participate with a written legal consent from the parents and legal guardians. For MD track, we have the seed capital of 15,000. We have the skills training fund of 15,000. We have the cost for building livelihood assets of 100% of the prevailing regional wage in the area. For employment facilitation, participants who are qualified and ready for available employment opportunities may opt to proceed with the employment facilitation track. Participants in the EF track must be at least 18 years old. Upon employment assistance fund of 5,000, access to financial resources to acquire documentary requirements to us to start employment, skills training fund, enhancing human assets through technical, vocational, and life skills training. And of course, this is in coordination with TESDA, DTI, DE, and DAR. Next slide. The SLP operates through 5 major stages: the pre-implementation, the social preparation, the resource mobilization, next slide, project implementation, and program participant mainstreaming. The implementing project development officer shall conduct the first 4 stages of the implementation process, including supervision of the first 3 months of the employment or operationalization of the micro enterprise. However, during the provision of modalities phase of the resource mobilization stage, the monitoring project development officer shall validate the utilization of grants to ensure that the approved project has been implemented. As the Sustainable Livelihood Program enters a new chapter in its history of operation next year, it hopes to continue contributing to the economic, next slide, to the economic well-being of the vulnerable, marginalized, and disadvantaged individuals, families, and communities through the participatory and community-based capacity building initiatives and resource mobilization by supporting the facilitation of program and participants' access to income-generating opportunities for livelihood development. Sama-sama tayo, mga kasamahan natin sa kooperatiba, sa ating mga national government agencies, sa ating partner ng mga non-government agencies, sa ating Committee on Cooperative Development. Sama-sama tayo tungo sa isang dekada ng pagpunla, pag-usbong at pagsibol hanggang sa pag-usbong ng kabuhayan ng ating mga kalahok dito po sa Sustainable Livelihood Program. Mula sa pagsibol hanggang sa pagsulong, meaning, ibig sabihin, next slide, ang meaning ng sibol, solidarity and innovations in bridging opportunities for livelihoods. Hindi lamang po sa ating miyembro ng kooperatiba, kundi sa ating mga mamamayan na nangangailangan ng tulong para maiangat ang kanilang pangkabuhayan. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat sa pagkakataon. Magandang hapon sa ating lahat.
Thank you, Rito. Now, I would like to call on our reactor, Ma'am Felicita Andos. Ma'am, any reaction to the presentation of the SWD? Ma'am Andos, are you? So those who want to ask some questions or clarifications as to the programs of the DSWD, I'm sure maraming naghihintay dyan. So please give please prepare so that after Ma'am Andus, you will be recognized. Ma'am Andus, you are recognized.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Manzano. Good afternoon to everyone, especially to Congressman Kanama who heads this program. Maraming salamat sa ating lahat and happy Cooperative Month. As we made our inquiries from other co-ops, we would like to address these issues to our DSWD regarding this mga programa nila regarding sa, especially sa SAP. Actually, I am very much amazed by your program on this SLP. We hope na talagang this will be cascaded to the grassroots level, and we hope also that this will be cascaded through our co-op sector, because we believe that our co-op sector can help a lot, especially sa ating mga less fortunate. Meron kaming mga concerns. Isa na dito yung pag-i-implement ng ating SAP, Sir Makoto. Isa doon yung pag-determine, yung mga listing process, pag-determine ng mga sino yung mga beneficiaries. Kasi nagkaroon ng problema. Kahit sasabihin natin na pinatupad ito ng LGU at saka DSWD, hindi natin madi-deny that there are problems na papasok yung political color, and most of our co-op members nagrereklamo dahil hindi at wala silang natatanggap, and hindi palagi silang nale-left out pagdating sa listahan. kasi medyo may problema talaga. I think dapat mariresolve at ma-address ito dahil para magiging effective yung pagpapa-implement ng ating Bayanihan 2, especially in this sub-program. Second concern na gusto naming idulog sa inyong office ay itong tungkol sa ating mga sole breadwinner ng ating mga less fortunate co-op members na namamatay sa COVID. Meron bang programa ang DSWD para sa ating mga namamatay or mga victim ng COVID na naiwan yung pamilya na walang-wala at hindi rin makahanap ng mapagkakitaan dahil sa ating mga restrictions at mga limitations at problema during this pandemic? May mga padre di pamilya na nawawala, namamatay sa COVID. Yung pamilya ay naiiwan. Sana mayroong mga tuloy-tuloy na ayuda habang nandito pa yung pandemic. And pangatlo na concern ay sana may problema talaga sa pagpaprocess ng ating mga papers. Meron kaming mga members sa ating co-op na nagrereklamo na yung mga behavior at saka ma-attitude ng mga nag-i-implement ng ating programa, andoon na yung ating mga mahihirap na mga membro ng co-op na pumipila, nag-aantay ng kanilang turns pagdating doon sa table ng ating mga implementers para ma-process sana yung kanilang application. Ang sungit-sungit daw at hindi man lang sila makapag-open up, natatakot na sila kaya hindi na sila bumabalik to process their application. Another concern regarding din dito sa ating mga programa sa DSW, mga members, social assistance, sana meron kayong idadagdag sa pamilya kasi hindi lang naman kabaong yung problema nila during wake or during vigil. Meron ding mga gagastusin at wala silang maasahan, especially if yung mga nawawala ay yung mga sole or yung mga main earners ng mga pamilya. So yun lang ang gusto naming idulog. We congratulate you sa bagong programa niyo sa SLP. Sana the co-op sector will become a partner of this program para magkaroon ng talagang pupunta ito sa grassroots level at magkaroon talaga ng sustainability dahil hindi natin maiwasan na magkaroon ng political color doon sa pag-iimplementa ng ating programa sa grassroots level. That's all and thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am Teresita, Madam Chair, may I answer to the 4 questions of Ma'am Teresita?
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Yes, so first question po, you said po na there were some members or those who are qualified according to the guidelines of the SWD but were not able to get or hindi sila nakakuha ng ayuda. Ma'am, can you please send to me? I will send you my email address. Paki-send nung mga names para mapacheck namin sa field offices natin because we have released already the funds kasi matagal na nga rin ito, and we would like to know who are these people na are qualified and are eligible but were not able to receive the social amelioration program or our ESP, yung emergency subsidy. So we would like to know so that we'll be able to assist you. So that's number one. Second question as to what are the programs. I think yun yung question. So we have the AIX po. Pag we have burial, we provide burial assistance, we provide medical assistance. At the same time, we also provide transportation assistance kung wala pong kakayahan na bayad po sa pamasahe, ganun po. Pati na po yung pagkain din. If we also provide food packs kung kailangan din po ng pagkain. On the third question po on processing of papers, we'd like to clarify if these are our employees no sa field offices or kung dito man sa central office, so that we'd be able to improve our services kung DSWD nga po iyon. Kasi minsan po ako po, if I would go on the sa grassroots po, pag pumunta ako sa mga region, sa mga field offices, parating nagkaka-confuse na yung MSWDO is same with DSWD, mga ganon po. So sometimes ang akala nung ating mga kababayan, ang MSWDO, CSWDO is the same with DSWD. So DSWD is under the executive branch of government, national government agency po kami, while yung mga MSWDO, these are under local government units, and yung CSWDOs natin. But in case lang po na ito ay aming makasamahan, we always want na ma-improve po natin ang serbisyo natin sa ating mga kababayan. So please let us know ano yung anong mga incidents, saan po ito nangyari, so that we'll be able then na maayos natin, ma-improve. And yung last question, of course, sabi nyo po, pag may burial, may mga iba pang concerns yung family, perhaps psychosocial. So under our statutory programs, we also provide free naman na counseling po yun, psychosocial services. At kung kailangan po nung kailangan ng referral, we can also ask from other existing national government agencies. Nandyan din po yung PCSO. We can ask help. But for DSWD, sabi ko nga po, under AIX, may mga programs tayo na doon po lodge yon. Let us know on kung ano yung help, ano yung assistance na kailangan noong ating kababayan na namatayan, so that we can also provide assistance just based or anchored po sa ating mga existing guidelines po, Ma'am Teresita. Rest assured that the department will always do its best to improve the quality of lives of our fellow Filipinos po. So we're just here, the department is here po to provide assistance sa ating mga kababayan, Ma'am. Thank you.
Asikria, can I have a
Yes, sir.
word, Asikria? Doon, merong nagtanong dito na kasi doon sa Bayanihan to shorten na yung mga requirements ng itong mga programa, especially dito sa SAP and other programs, yung mga cash forward natin, it should be shortened and fast delivery of those benefits doon sa mga SAP. Ayun, ma'am, do you have already new guidelines for this para naman in relation at in relation doon sa Bayanihan to na yung mga short list na mga requirements for this, so that I hope, ma'am, you will also provide us with these requirements so that the co-op sector will also be able to disseminate this to the members para mas madali, ma'am, because I hope we are also partner in this. You know, si Ma'am Rhea, every time na pumupunta kami doon sa opisina niya sa central office, very accommodating at saka very talagang na-entertain tayo doon, mga cooperative members, mga cooperators. We are always being entertained at saka nabigyan tayo ng mga lunas ng ating mga problema pag si ASEC Ria ang nilalapitan natin. ASEC Ria, can you have a word on that?
Yes, sir. Regarding, sir, the policy or the yung IRR, inaantay po natin kasi siyempre iba-iba yung toka ng every department or national government agencies. On the part of the DSWD, we are awaiting for the signature ng ating secretary, no, yung ating magiging kumbaga enabling act on how to implement the Bayanihan 2. But again, whatever is written in the law, we will follow it to the letter po. I'm sure po ilalabas naman po yon. So, hindi ko po pwedeng ma-preempt kayo, hindi pa po nakalabas eh. Opo. But as soon as ma-permahan po yon at ma-issue, it's a public document naman, sir. So, we'll wait for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Maasahan namin yan, Ma'am Ria, because alam naman natin si Ma'am Ria is very supportive to cooperatives. So, I think...
Engineer Manzano,
sir,
pwede a few words?
Yes,
Engineer?
sir. Yes, sir.
Engineer,
Yes, sir.
Director
Go ahead, sir.
Resty,
Right, sir.
a few words lang because we are celebrating Cooperative Month. I would just like to report or inform. Meron tayo sa Maasin, merong Maasin Cooperative, matagal na yon. Ang composition po nun ay miyembro ng ating livelihood group. So it composed of 25 associations. So nag-federate sila. Nagiging successful yung kanilang pag-federate as Maasin Multipurpose Cooperative. So ibig sabihin noon, nandun na yung DSWD with the associations, tapos we mold them, we encourage them to become a cooperative. So tinutulungan natin. So pasalamat din kami sa CDA ng Region 8 kasi tinutulungan yung aming mga maliliit, mga pag blood associations, people's organization pa yon. So inaalagaan na namin ng 1 to 2 years, then after that we encourage them. Tinutulungan namin in coordination with CDA na magiging cooperative sila. So sana po meron po tayong 17 regions kasama ang Muslim Mindanao, meron tayong mga livelihood food na mga programa roon. So makipag-coordinate lang po yung ating mga cooperatives, lalo na yung mga miyembro ng cooperatives na magkaroon ng maliit na negosyo. Hindi man si miyembro ng cooperative, kundi yung misis nila or anak nila na pwedeng para dagdag income para doon sa kanilang pamilya. So we can engage with that. So siguro we will send you the focal person per every region saka every province para mas madali yung coordination. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat po, Engineer Manzano.
Thank you, Director. That is a very welcome development because alam niyo naman dito with that program, I'm sure maraming mag-avail niyan at saka because maraming yung co-op talaga na medyo nasa baba na grassroots talaga. I think with partnership and engagement with DSWD, it will prosper and it will develop as cooperative at ma-elevate natin yung mga kanilang lives of these people. So thank you. I hope you will send us also those guidelines so that we will be able to disseminate this to other cooperatives. Thank you, sir. So,
Sir,
any more?
may we add? Yes, Madam Chair. Yes, we also would like to add, since Director Janet is here for the Kalahi Seeds briefly, to just share that we have sub-projects that could be useful for our cooperative so that they will have access to these sub-projects in their respective communities. Kasi kanina nabanggit po sa isang reactor na there is still a need of irrigation system, and these are sub-projects that the Kalahi Seeds can cater. That's why although it's not specifically written in Bayanihan 2, these are programs under the DSWD that we wish to complement to the cooperatives po. So Director Janet, perhaps you can just share to them what are these sub-projects that the cooperatives can also access, but of course following our guidelines under the Kalahi Seeds. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Ma'am Janet, still Ma'am Janet, we are going to have Ma'am Janet in the floor. Okay na? Ma'am Janet? Is she around, ma'am?
Yes, she's here.
So, Ma'am Janet, are you still there?
Director Janet? Baka nawawala ng connection. But anyway,
And
perhaps, sir,
yes,
that
ma'am.
would be enough. We just would like to share to you that we have sub-projects. We have projects under the Kalahi Seeds where our cooperatives can also access. No, these are complementary programs sa inyong mga cooperatives para hindi po kayo mahirapan. For example,
Hello.
system. Ayan na si Director
Ayan na
Janet.
si Dr.
Director
Janet.
Janet.
Ngayon lang po ako in-unmute. Sorry po. Good afternoon, everyone, especially to the members of the cooperative. For the Kalahi Seeds, we just like to briefly discuss ang kapit-basic laban sa kahirapan, kaunlaran sa barangay po. So, meron po kaming pinadalang slide, sir. Please. Okay. So this is Kapit Basic Laban sa Kahirapan, comprehensive integrated delivery of social services, and this is being done at the barangay level. Next po. So we do this, it's a community approach wherein the communities are given the decision to prioritize the projects that they wanted to be funded using the very minimal funds that will be downloaded to their accounts. So hindi po sa amin ang pera, we download the money to the community account, they identify the project, they manage, and they sustain. Next po. So it is people-centered and we provide the capacity building because it's community-based. So kailangan po ng capacity building. That's why in some of the field offices, nakikipag-work po tayo sa cooperative, especially on the trainings that are being conducted. They actively participate in identifying the problems, what are the solutions. We download the money in their account and they implement. The projects that they fund are usually small projects that would respond to whatever is identified by the community. Next, please. So our objective is communities in target municipalities are empowered to achieve improve access to services and to participate in more inclusive local planning, budgeting, implementation, and disaster risk reduction and management. So included po yung disaster kasi every time na nagkakaroon ng disaster in a municipality or barangay, often they go back to the poverty situation where they were before. Next po. So this is the vision that actually we share with a lot of cooperatives. Pag nag-uusap po kami sa field offices ng mga cooperatives, ito rin po yung gusto ninyong mangyari at sinusuportahan po ito ng Kalahi Seeds. Next po. So these are our program coverage. So 14 regions, 58 provinces, 847 municipalities, and 19,829 barangays. So we didn't go to BARM and Region 2. Dahil sa Region 2, because of the poverty incidents noong 2009 and 2010. Next po. So these are the program impacts of the initial projects that we've been implementing for the past 15 years. Next po. So higher level of barangay residents' contribution to development activities. So may implementation or practice po ng localized decision making, transparency because we allow them to know magkano yung kung 500,000 yung ibinaba natin, saan po ito nagamit, kahit po yung kinatay nila na baboy for the inauguration. This will be included in the accounting of the money that was downloaded to them. And then we also include everyone in the community. Okay? And then the implementation is in accordance to whatever are the principles, like yun nga binanggit ko, participatory, transparent, and ensure that every person involved will be accountable. Next po. So we've reached 80% to 80.22% participation rate doon po sa barangay assemblies. Kasi when the communities, household participate, we believe that they can contribute to the development. So may employment din po na na-generate. And then may projects po tayo. 97% na of the 29,805 sub-projects were completed. Thus provided better access of the communities to basic services po. Next. So these are samples of the completed sub-projects. So it varies po. Meron pong mga daycare center, health centers. Meron din pong mga bridges, pathways. Meron pong flood control. Next po. And then may pre- and post-harvest facilities for group sectors, especially yung mga farmers group. So, yun po briefly yung Kalahi Seeds, and we would like to say congratulations to CDA and all the cooperatives, and we'd like to say thank you very much also for helping us because may mga municipalities na may cooperatives na tumutulong din po dito sa implementation po ng Kalahi Seeds. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Maraming salamat din po, ma'am. That's all for DSWD. Thank you very much,
Yes, sir. Thank
DSWD,
you.
headed by Asek Rhea. So, since we have another presenter, I think that's
Wala.
enough. Yes.
One more.
So, we will give one more to Sir
Roberto.
Mascarillas, and after that, we will proceed to another presenter. We'll go back to... Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Briefly.
Thank you, sir. Yung nag-chat ako, baka naman pwedeng i-consider ng DSWD yung cooperative as conduit in the municipality or cities. Kasi binabanggit ninyo ang kooperatiba na inyong partner, but sa katotohanan, wala namang lumalapit sa aming taga-DSW o hindi kami makalapit sa DSWD, but because we are not partner, naaawa kami doon sa mga pumipila, sa mga SAP. Kaya lang, hindi naman kami partner. Kaya ang aking request, sana, ma-consider. Banggit kayo ng banggit na si CDA ay partner. But in katotohanan, wala man lang, for example, dito sa amin, gusto naming matulungan yung sinasabi ninyong member na pumupunta sa DSWD. Pati yung cooperative nasisira doon. So dapat kami ang mag-a-assured sa DSWD na yung mga kinausap niyong cooperative with the help ng CDA makipagtulungan sa inyo. In that way, palagay ko maraming mababawas na kaguluhan sa pila ng SAP. Kasi sa cooperative, kami sa totoo lang may alam naman yan ng mga taga-kooperatiba na may disiplina tayo kapag sa pilahan pa lang alam natin kung paano dapat kunin yung para sa kanila at yun naman ay para sa kanila. So yun lang, dapat ma-consider kasi kanina pa binabanggit. Sabi ko, parang CDA nabanggit. Kaya lang, sa katotohanan, wala naman. Yung mga individual, hindi namin alam yun. Ako yun ay member nga ng aming cooperative. Kasi hindi naman kami nag-issue ng certification or if ever nag-issue kami, kikilalanin ba ng DSWD yun sa aming area. Kaya sana magkaroon tayo ng partnership. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized? Thank
Yes,
you,
yes,
Sir Robert. Thank you po. Perhaps we can sit down and have a meeting po kasi on the part of 4Ps, automatic po yan na nire-release sa cash cards. Pero there's a small, kasi mga nasa 90% na yan, but we still do the payout doon sa mga hindi pa wala pang cash cards. Perhaps that's something where we can engage, no? On the second, ano po, yung sa SAP naman, we have already, sa report po ng DSWD, this has been already been released sa ating mga financial service providers. Ibig sabihin, kailangan ng ipamigay ito. And baka po na ipamigay na ito. Perhaps we can we can engage the cooperatives in helping us kung paano yan na mapabilis, parang ganun po siguro. We appreciate po yung tulong because you know very well na kinukulang din yung DSWD sa manpower. So if we can have or hold a separate meeting with you so that we know kung saan yung point of engagement po natin with the programs that we have po. We appreciate it with open arms po, Sir Robert. Thank you for
Thank you, ma'am. Oo, naawa din
sir.
kasi ako. Nakikita ko yung mga dinadaanan, mga bangkong siguro mas malaki naman yung ibang co-op doon sa area. May ATM din naman yan, may cash card yung mga cooperative. Na kaya kung nagagawa nga ng small co-op banks doon sa pinagdaanan nila na nakita namin, sabi namin, rural bank lang yun ah. Hindi ako na mag-mention, but may mga cooperative na billionaire na kung maganda lang ang kasunduan dyan, pwede nga mag-advance ang cooperative. Just a suggestion lang. Sa malalaking co-op lang po yun. Thank you.
That's right. We will elevate this, sir, since
you,
our MOA is with yung yung mga financial service providers po is clear na 6 yun. So we'll elevate this matter po doon sa naka-assign no on SAP. We'll also let the secretary know about this, but we thank you, sir, sa inyong pagsuporta sa program ng DSWD ng ating government po. Thank you very much.
So with that, thank you very much. As the last parting word na maganda doon sa sinabi ni Asek Ria, we will hold one day meeting for this para mabigyan ang kooperatiba ng talagang magandang dito role dito sa implementation ng programs ng DSWD. So Sir Carl, attorney, I will return back the floor to Attorney Orsal.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, ma'am. I'm very sorry. May nakahilira pa talaga na mga maganda sana ang discussion. Anyway, you see, ASEC, Rhea promised us for a one-day meeting for this. Anyway, we will tackle all the issues na talagang pwede nating mapag-usapan doon for both advantageous to both agency and the cooperative. So thank you. We will go back to Attorney Orsal.
Yes, sir. Salamat. So we will move on, Carl, to the next presenter.
Yes, attorney.
Yes, we have the Department of Tourism, and the one who will present this is Mr. Robert Alavado. Are you on board, sir?
Yes po, I'm here po.
Hi.
Attorney, may we call on the CEO of NSCC, Ma'am Divina Kim, to facilitate this part.
Thank you so much, Sir Carr. Thank you so much, Attorney Mariel. Now it's the time of the Department of Tourism. May we introduce our speaker? May we request Assistant Secretary Robert P. Alabado to present to us the different programs and services of the Department of Tourism related to Bayanihan 2. Sir, Asek, take it away. Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon po. Magandang hapon pala. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Medyo naano ako dun pero ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa ating kongreso na kung saan ay binibigyan po halaga ang ating mga kooperatiba dito po. And happy Cooperative Month po sa lahat. And ako po ay isa sa mga naniniwala na ang kooperatiba po ay isa sa tinatawag nating alternatibong ekonomiya kung saan ang ating mga kababayan ay magkakaroon po ng oportunidad na kung saan po ay mas gaganda ang buhay nila. So ako po ay magbibigay ng report tungkol po sa ginagawa ng Department of Tourism at kung ano din po yung pwede pong makita ng ating mga kooperatiba sa Pilipinas. So ang departamento ay it's headed by Secretary Berna Romulo Puyat. At the same time, Tinanong ko po kanina kung ilan pa ho bang mga kooperatiba ang kasama namin sa Department of Tourism. Pag sinabi ho namin kasama, ito po sila yung mga DOT accredited na mga tourism enterprises. Karamihan po ng ating mga kooperatiba ay nasa transport sector po. So kaya po sa iba't ibang rehiyon, nakapasok po sila. Ito po yung karamihan po mga van operators po na kung saan nagsama-sama po sila para maka-form sila ng isang cooperative para makapagbigay ng serbisyo para sa mga turista natin. Okay, so ang ano ho natin ngayon, ang paksa ho natin is the Tourism Recovery and Response Program. So nung nagkaroon po ng COVID, nagkaroon ho agad ng plano ang Department of Tourism kung saan tinitingnan agad kung ano yung magiging impact nito sa ating industriya, especially sa tourism. Ang sinasabi ho namin na ang turismo po, ito po yung isa sa mga unang tinamaan, pero kami din po yung last to recover. Kasi po, medyo takot ho yung mga tao na maging turista sa ngayon. Kaya ho, medyo naghihingalaw ho talaga yung aming industriya. Pero nagkaroon ho tayo ng plano na kung saan titingnan ho natin na ito yung mga iba't ibang objectives. Ito po yung specific needs po ng ating mga stakeholders. Meron ho kaming mga objective na i-ensure ang survival ng mga tourism enterprises. Pag sinabi ho natin tourism enterprises, ito po yung mga iba't ibang mga accommodation natin. Ito yung mga tourist guide natin. Ito yung mga travel mga operators natin, mga tour operators natin. Ito yung mga transport groups natin. Ito po yung mga nag-organisa ng mga conferences. So ito po sila yung mga tourism enterprises natin. Ito po yung role namin is bigyan po ng mga capacity building and skills enhancement po. Then last is titingnan natin kung ano yung mga projects na pwede natin mabigay para sa mga vulnerable groups natin. So ito po yung mga naging objectives. Then ito po yung mga identified mga issue na wala po yung mga turista. Biglang nawala ng trabaho ang karamihan. Then ang health and safety ng ating mga manggagawa, especially na sa industriya, yun ho agad yung sinecure natin. Ngayon po ang mga industriya natin, ang mga enterprises, nangangailangan po sila ng capital para makapag-start up. Gusto ho natin umpisahan na unti-unti ang ating turismo. Kaso, kinakailangan na ho nila ng mga working capital. Naging issue din po yung pagbabayad nila ng mga taxes. Paano kung magbabayad ng taxes kung wala namang negosyo at repayment ng mga loans? So ito po yung mga aming focus. Unang-una po, primary tourism establishments. Ito po yung, then secondary po, ito po yung mga restaurants, ito po yung mga spa. Tawag ho namin dyan secondary tourism establishments. Pero ang isa ho namin tinitingnan talaga, dapat DOT accredited ka para sigurado ho kami na turismo talaga ang iyong negosyo. Then last is the informal sector natin. So tinitingnan ho natin together with DSWD kung sino-sino po yung mga umaasa sa turismo. Ito po yung mga kumakanta ho doon sa Bohol. Ito po yung mga nagbebenta ng mga prutas doon sa Davao. Ito po yung mga nagbebenta ng mga handicrafts po dyan po sa Calabarzon. Ang next po natin is yung ating mga ginawa. Nung ECQ po sa buong Pilipinas, maniwala ko kayo sa hindi, tayo lang po ata sa buong mundo ang nagbigay ng malaking tulong para sa mga foreign tourist natin. So halos 32,000 po yung nabigyan natin ng tulong. Kung saan-saan ho na sulok ng Pilipinas, kinuha ho natin sila at dinala sa Manila at Cebu para ho makalipad ho sila pauwi sa kanilang mga area. So heto po yung iba't ibang mga programa na ginawa ho ng Department of Tourism for the past 6 months. Okay? But this was usual, mas focus ho ito nung ECQ talaga natin. Ngayon, meron din ho kami mga training programs. So patuloy ho yung mga training programs namin para ho mas mapabuti natin ang parang hinahanda ho ulit natin kasi ang mga manggagawa natin para po sa pagbubukas muli ng turismo. So hindi ho natulog si DOT, pero patuloy ho ang trabaho ho namin kahit ECQ, GCQ or ano pang mga Q po diyan. So, ito po yung mga nangyari. Sa mga trainings po, ito po yung mga numero na makikita ho ninyo sa screen ninyo. Ayan po, parang kung sasabihin ho natin session days, parang isang buong taon sobra ang trabaho ho namin sa dami ng mga trainings na binigay ho namin. Ito po yung mga online na po ito. Hindi ho tayo pwede mag face-to-face, pero pwede tayong mag Zoom or kung ano-ano po. Hanggang Facebook ay ginamit ho namin. Kaya makikita ho natin kung online engagement lang din, yung mga nag-like at nanood ng aming mga webinars, umabot po tayo ng 1.7 million. Ganun ho karami ang mga sumasali sa atin. Ano ho yung mga kanilang mga trainings or courses? Ito po. Ito po. Paano gumalaw pag ECQ? Meron pa rin ho tayong Filipino brand of service, paano ho tayo makikitungo sa mga turista pagdating ng new normal. Pag pwede na po magkaroon ng mga turista, medyo mababago na po yung pag-ano natin. Pag meron na tayong mga mask, meron na tayong lahat po para ho hindi magkahawaan. Meron ho tayong mga heritage development, patuloy po yung pagtulong natin sa mga may negosyo para mag-shift po sa digital tourism. Kasi hindi mas mas cellphone at computer na po ang dapat gamitin natin para walang hawakan. Touchless economy ang tawag nila. Then paano po magkaroon ng negosyo kahit meron tayong mga new normal, pwede pa rin ho. Nandiyan pa rin po yung pwedeng maging turismo sa sa ating bansa. Kaya heto po yung mga iba't ibang mga training modules na ginawa. Then standards po. Heto po, parang chinek natin, sige, kung magbubukas ulit ang industriya, heto na po dapat ang galaw ng bawat establishmento. So sa tourism transport na kung saan karamihan po ng ating mga kooperatiba dito nakapasok, meron na ho tayong mga health and safety guidelines, accommodation establishment, meron ho tayo sa mga nag-organisa ng mga conferences, meron ho tayo sa mga island beach destinations. Ano po yung mga do's and don'ts? Heto po yung mga ginagawa po natin para unti-unti pong hindi natin sinasabi na isang bugso, pero unti-unting dahan-dahan magbubukas po ang turismo. Then at the same time, para ho sa mga hotel at mga accommodation natin, hindi po kayo makakapag-operate hanggat hindi po kayo sumusunod at hindi kayo at DOT accredited. Kaya ina-ensure po namin na safe ang ating mga manggagawa at the same time ang ating mga magiging turista. So sa promotion po hindi ho natulog din ang ang Pilipinas. Miski na merong, I hope na makita niyo po sa Facebook, hanapin niyo po Wake Up in the Philippines. Yun po yung nyo. Heto po yung mga promotions na sinasabi natin sa buong mundo. Ngayon natutulog tayo kasi stay at home tayo. Pero ilagay ho natin sa ating mga panaginip na pupunta din kayo sa Pilipinas. Pag pwede na, paggising ninyo, pag pwede na, diretso na kayo sa Pilipinas. So ito po yung mga promotions na ginawa ho natin sa usually po pag sinabi namin business to business, ganito lang din po. Hindi ho walang kamayan, walang physical. Digital din po yung ating mga ginagawang mga promotions. Then product development, ito po yung isang opportunity na kung saan magre-refocus tayo ng ating mga produkto kasi ang nakikita po ng Department of Tourism is magsisimula po muna sa domestic. Wala pa muna mga foreigners na iikot. Domestic lang muna kasi nakita ho natin sa ekonomiya natin, sa industriya natin, actually mas malaki ang kinikita ng ating mga establishmento para po galing sa mga local, mga domestic na tourism. Last year po mga 110 million trips ng mga biyahe na paikot-ikot ang mga Pilipino sa buong Pilipinas. Ganun po kadami ang mga umiikot. So product development po, ito po sa diving, English as a secondary language, itong mga wellness, ito po yung mga ifo-focus natin hanggang po hanggang farm tourism. Kanina pa ho tayo na nag-uusap tungkol sa agrikultura. Meron ho tayong mga farm tourism na pwede siguro tayo mag-develop din po sa mga ang chine-check ko po, meron ba mga ARCs tayo na baka interesado po sa farm tourism? Makipag-ugnayan lang po sa aming regional offices para dito. Then at the same time, heto po yung iba't ibang mga natin, mga product maski na po sa abroad, nandyan pa rin tayo pero actually virtual pa rin po ang ginagawa natin. So nagpa-participate tayo sa mga fairs pero virtual lang po talaga. So pasok na ho tayo. nagkaroon ho tayo ng Bayanihan 2. Meron hong malaking role ang Bayanihan 2 para po sa ating mga kooperatiba na nasa loob po ng turismo. Meron hong inilaan ang Kongreso ng 6 billion para po matulungan ang ating mga MSMEs sa turismo. So, ito po yung iba't ibang yung breakdown po. So, mapapansin po ninyo na halos walang hinahawakan po si Department of Tourism. Pagsasabihin natin, etong mga pautang, nandun po yan kay DTI, SB Corp. Pagsasabihin ho natin, para sa mga manggagawa, nandun po yan kay DOLE. Pag sinabi ho natin para mga infrastruktura, mga kalye, nandun po yan kay DPWH. So, meron ho tayong 100 million para sa mga DOT accredited and LGU licensed tour guides. So, yun po ang nakapasok sa atin. So, ang Department of Tourism po nakikipag-ugnayan po sa SB Corp, sa DPWH at sa ating DOLE para po ma-implement ang mga inilaan po ng Kongreso para sa atin. So, ito po yung mga ginagawa po natin ngayon. May partnership po tayo. Pagkatapos fina-finalize na po yung mga proseso para po yung mga identification, prioritization and payout for the said program. So si DOT po isa sa mga mag-identify kung sino yung qualified. Pero po si DOLE meron din po siyang proseso na kung siya po ang magpe-payout. Hindi po si DOT. So nakikipag-coordinate po kami kay DOLE dito. And ang nakikita po natin, ito po yung breakdown. Ito po yung mga meron tayong cash assistance para sa mga empleyado po ng mga DOT accredited. Pero at the same time, meron po tayong tinatawag na cash for work for qualified community-based, tourism-based organization. Kung meron po tayong mga kooperatiba na masasabi ho natin tourism-based ang inyong mga negosyo, baka ho pwede tayo mag-qualify dito. Makipag-coordinate na po tayo sa ating mga regional offices ng Department of Tourism para po dito. Okay? So, ang susunod po, meron po tayong sa SB Corp. May ugnayan po tayo sa SB Corp na kung saan meron po tayong mga micro, small, and medium enterprises po ng mga pautang po. So, eto na po yung mga medyo na pag-usapan na namin. Kulang na lang po pirma. Kaya parang eto, usapang pa to, gentleman's agreement namin to. Okay, so number 1, ipinupush ho namin 0 interest po para sa mga loans. And number 2, may grace period po na 1 taon, tapos magsisimula po magbayad after 3 years. So total is 4 na taon. Then, meron hong service fee na kukunin, pero ito po, nini-negotiate pa ho namin to na meron ho siyang service fee. Hindi ho namin alam kung pero mas gusto ho namin talaga 0 para po ang ating mga kooperatiba na papasok ho dito may makakahinga ng maluwag po. Next is, ito po yung importante. Kaya sinasabi ko para ho sa mga tourism establishments po, katulad ng mga kooperatiba natin na nasa van or nasa transport, kinakailangan ho ng SB Corp na DOT accredited ka. Ang ating mga van operators po sa iba't ibang lugar, there are 88 of them I am seeing. Sila po ay mga DOT accredited. So, pasado ho agad sila. Hindi na ho kinakailangan ng collateral, tapos kinakailangan ho ng bank account para doon po ang downloading. Tapos meron ho mga post-dated checks kung mas malaki po sa 100,000. And mas syempre, dapat good credit standing. Pero meron naman hong mga appeal kung paano ho natin maayos 'yan. Then sabi, paano mag-a-apply? Ito lang po. Kinakailangan ng video. So eto, hindi nyo na kinakailangan pumuntang Manila, hindi nyo kinakailangan. It's just a video na i-present ho natin doon sa sa SB Corp kung bakit kayo nangangailangan and ano yung gagawin niyo sa pera. So merong monitoring sheet ho tayo and eto po, magkakaroon ho tayo ng MOA with them. So hangga't hindi pa po lumalabas yung memorandum of agreement, medyo nag-meeting na ho kanina. I'm just waiting for the finalization para mabigay ho natin mga magandang balita kasi malaki din ho to, 6 billion po to na pwede hong makuha ng ating mga or ma-access ng ating mga nasa tourism transport ng mga van cooperatives. So sa aming mga pag-iikot po, nakikita po ng Department of Tourism na kinakailangan po natin umpisahan na ang unti-unting pagbubukas ng ekonomiya. At nakikita ho namin ang role po ng Department of Tourism para ho ma-ensure na ang iikot ang mga tao ng maayos. Para po sa ating kooperatiba, mukhang bakit po hanggang ano pa lang, hanggang van or transport sector pa lang po ang nakikita ng ating mga ano. I am hoping in the near future, meron na po akong makikitang mga hotel or mga na mga ino-operate ng ating mga kooperatiba. Once po na ang turismo po, maski na ngayon ho mababa ho kami, pero who knows? 2 years, 3 years from now, balik na ho ulit ang sigla ng turismo. And we assure you, tourism is the largest industry in the whole world. Hindi po mapipigil ang kakaikot ng mga tao. Kaya magandang negosyo din po in the future ang turismo. Sana pong ibang mga cooperative natin dito, medyo nag-iisip na po nun. Nangangailangan ho ang Department of Tourism ng mas maraming hotel, ng mas maraming serbisyo para sa ating mga turista. Okay? At dito po nagtatapos yung aking presentation. And maraming salamat po sa pagkakataon na to na kung saan ang Department of Tourism nakapagbigay po sa inyo ng aming mga programa na akma po galing sa Bayanihan 2. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, ASEC Robert. Actually, I am a member of the Farm Tourism Development Board with the group of the cooperative. So, kasi na-mention mo kanina, so I'm Divina Kemi. Napakaganda yung presentation ni ASEC Robert regarding ng mga different programs ng Department of Tourism. It's more fun in the Philippines. So may I request our reactor of the tourism, no other than the Chief Executive Officer of Taman, Banawe Multipurpose Cooperative at Poblacion North, Solano, Nueva Vizcaya, Mr. Jose B. Tomas Jr. Sir, please. Sir JD. Sir JD, are you in the room? Sir JD.
Andiyan na siya, Ma'am Divine. Nagko-connect lang.
Okay.
Naka-mute ata.
Sir JD, are you ready now?
Ang tinawag ba si Vice Governor?
Yung junior na Kong.
Ang junior.
Yung anak Kong yon, yung anak.
Okay.
Yeah, I am communicating with her secretary. Nakalag-in daw siya.
Ito na.
Yes, ma'am.
Ayan, ito na. Hello, Sir JD. Good afternoon. Please, you can have it now, your reactions to the presentation of our Department of Tourism presenter, ASEC Robert Alabado.
Yes po, ma'am. Good afternoon po sa ating lahat at kay Kong Ben Kanama. Good afternoon po. Yung reaction ko po doon sa presentation ni Sir kanina is yung paano po matutulungan yung sa atin sa tourism industry with regards po sa mga operation ng mga cooperatives, most especially po sa atin na saan po na we are operating on a resort, but as of the moment we are not operating since na limitation po yung mga galaw na meron po mga restriction na sinusunod tayo na ini-impose ng ating government. So with regards to that, I hope na kung pwede po sana magawan po ng DTI ng regulation para po sana we can still operate. It's either by at least a 50% capacity in order for us to maintain yung mga needs ng ating mga employees, because for us sa amin po ang affected sa amin is we have 150 employees affected with regards to the operation of our resort na until now hindi po sila pumapasok sa kanilang mga trabaho. So we hope na the DTI should set a guidelines for the tourism industry to at least operate by 50% capacity following the protocol being imposed by the government para naman po makabawi tayo ng konti. Kasi kung abutin pa ito ng mga January or next year bago po tayo allowed na mag-operate, baka po wala nang makain ang mga ating mga empleyado. Yun lang po, sir.
Yeah,
may
I
hapon
think
po inyo.
Taman Cooperative ASEC, they have more than 50 hectares resort, mountain resort.
Oo. Maayong
Yes
hapon sa
po,
inyo
ma'am.
tanan. Oo. Ang ano mag-iilonggo na ako.
Ilocano po, ASEC Robert, Ilocano.
Kaya sabi nga nila na kami daw mga Bisaya sa mga Ilocano, matitigas ang dila. Sabi ko, hindi, nanay ko Ilocano din matigas din ang dila. Sir, ang ano po, ang Department of Tourism, we have already issued several parang mga protocols wherein allowed po mag-operate actually ang mga resorts provided. Okay, number 1 po, DOT accredited po ba tayo? Yun po.
Yes
so
po,
DOT
yes
accredited.
po,
So
sir.
number 1 is DOT accreditation. Ano na ho kami ngayon? Online system. So kung pwede po ay ano yun na ho ang DOT para ho yun yung restrictions po sa amin na pag pag DOT accredited ka, then you apply, then pag nakita ho namin na sinusunod naman po ninyo lahat ng mga protocols, yung mga wash hands natin, face shield, meron pong mga protocols kung saan maproprotektahan ho natin yung mga natin, mga manggagawa, at the same time, or mga miyembro ng kooperatiba, at the same time mga turista. Then bibigyan ho kayo ng tinatawag natin na Certificate of Authority to Operate. Once na meron na kayong Certificate of Authority to Operate, ayun po yun. You can operate, I think, depende po kung anong level po ng inyong pagdating sa MGCQ, go na kayo. Ang sasabihin ko, sige, kung 50% of your operating capacity. So kung meron kayong 140 dati, sige, 70. Pwede na ho kayong magbukas. So meron ho tayong mga dyan. Kung sa region po ba kayo? Sa Region 1?
Region 2.
Region 2. Okay po. Sa Region 2 po, i-ano nyo, I'll send, contact you, hanapin ko po yung inyong para mag-ano ho tayo, i-check natin kung paano ko ho kayo matutulungan para po yung ating dyan, magandang resort. 40 hectares is very good. And mountain resort, that's ecotourism, that's nature hiking. Ako po interesado dyan. So, yan po sa tingin ko po, akmang-akma po para sa ating mga turista. Yan po yung hinahanap ng mga turista ngayon. Ayaw na ho nila yung mga malilit, yung mga hotel-hotel. Mas gusto na ho nila yung resort na kung saan pwede kang maglakad. Kaya I will send you now my email address and pag-usapan ho natin kung paano namin kayo matulungan.
Okay po, sir. Thank you po.
Thank you so much, Sir JD. Sir Carl, can we have one question maybe from the room?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Sino po ang gustong magtanong regarding sa related po sa Department of Tourism?
Marami tayong
Isa
co-op,
po
Madam
kasi
Chair, na
marami pa tayong
co-op.
mga pending na mag-represent. Is there anybody who's interested to ask question?
Miss Divine.
Okay,
Divine,
Ma'am Losi, so you are
Magandang
acknowledged.
hapon po, Kong Ben and the rest of our organizing team. from the DOT, Sir Robert. My concern is maybe a question and at the same time a recommendation. We have heard about cooperatives as part of partnering with the DOT. Now, in as much as we are on pandemic crisis, would it be possible for it's now DOT mainstreaming with cooperatives, ma-highlight yung kanilang mga best practices, and at the same time, equivalent po sa Co-op Lakbay or Lakbay Co-op, which is equivalent to Lakbay Pilipinas, where we can feature cooperatives, yung kanilang best practices para po ma-model siya o magawang inspiration. And at the same time, yung historical place, yung tourist area, mapi-feature din para paging normal na siya, yung ating po mga kooperatibang mahilig sa lakbay bulakbol, lakbay aral, they can go to that particular area. Kasi meron po kami mga katulad sa vegan. Historically, vegan is the site of the origin of our cooperative. Very historical po yan. And sa vegan, ang dami pong mga matatagumpay na cooperative. So i-feature natin yung cooperative, tapos i-feature yung tourist destination, I think magiging maganda po yun. Makakatulong po ang DOT, pati sa pag-advertise ng mga cooperative. So wala hong gastos masyado dyan, except that perhaps DOT will be the one to do the touring in a particular tourist destination with a big cooperative, and then i-feature po ninyo sa mga regions para po magkaroon tayo ng lakbay co-op or eco-co-op tourism. So yun po. So it's a question and perhaps a suggestion. Thank you.
I'm very,
Sir,
Kong Ben, maraming salamat po sa ano na to sa pagkakataon kasi ang ano po ang ang turismo po actually it cuts across so many sectors na ang bawat kooperatiba po dito is very na kung ano po yung mga specialization ninyo, halos po si Department of Tourism makakatulong din po sa marketing. For example po, nangangailangan po kami actually ng mga areas kung saan pwede mag-exhibit ng farm tourism. Farm tourism, nandito ho yung mga ARCs natin. Meron ho ba tayong mga exemplary na mga ARCs na pwede hong mag-engage into farm tourism? Meron ho tayong mga cooperatives dito. I've worked with some cooperatives before na ang daming mga handicrafts na ginagawa. Ang turismo po nangangailangan ng mga handicrafts. Yung sinasabi po ninyo Ma'am Lucy, it's more on educational tours. Wherein meron din ho tayong segments ng society na parang negosyo. Gustong umikot at tumingin kung ano ang iba't ibang mga negosyo ng ating mga kooperatiba. So, ako po I would say na it's appropriate. Pakikausap na lang po si RD Jeff po diyan. Sabihin mo lang po ng DOT Region 1 na tutulungan ko po siya kung paano mag-conceptualize po yung sinasabi po ninyong lakbay aral. Kasi it's like education, parang tinatawag namin dyan, it's education tourism. Ang pag-aaral po, actually, pwede po siyang mag-spur ng turismo na umiikot ang mga tao kasi nandiyan ang estudyante, nandiyan yung professional groups, nandiyan yung mga cooperative members na gusto pang matuto, mga officers. So, eto po, ang simple lang po ang turismo. Gusto po natin umikot ang mga tao kasi sa pag-iikot, gumagastos po yan. Bumibili ng Coke, bumibili ng suman, bumibili po ng pasalubong. Dahil lang po doon, iikot yung ekonomiya ho natin. Kaya maganda po yung idea ninyo.
Okay, so with that, thank you so much, Asek Robert. So to wrap it up, ang basic na gagawin natin para makapagsimula na tayo mag-operate ng ating mga tourism activities, we have to get the authority to operate in the Office of the Department of Tourism. So kasi kailangan yun bago tayo magsimula para malaman natin kung ano-anong dapat natin gawin para sa pagsisimula ng ating mga negosyo sa tourism. So thank you so much, Asek Robert. So Carl, I'm giving it back to you.
Ituloy na siguro natin, Madam Divina, sa transport. Sa iyo din yung transport. I think the transport is already on board.
Okay.
Ma'am Mariel?
Yes, I think.
Yeah.
But I don't have their names. I don't know if they have logged in already. So it's Executive Director Eugene Pabualan. Is he around?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi,
We are
thank
here.
you.
So together with ASEC, Bert Swansing. So we'll have a brief presentation, and then afterwards, we'll do some additional information regarding the program that we had, especially during this pandemic period. Then we can have a question and answer portion. So salamat for and in behalf of the DOTR family. I am actually the executive director of the Office of the Transportation Cooperative. Isang mainit na pagbate para sa Co-op Month. So sabi namin, mabuhay ang kooperatiba. Magandang hapon sa lahat. This is our presentation.
Ang Office of Transportation Cooperatives o OTC ay isang ahensya ng pamahalaan na may mandato na magtaguyod, magtatag, mag-accredit, mga siwa, at linangin ang mga kooperatibang pangsasakyan o transport cooperative sa buong bansa. Sa kabila ng mga epekto at balakid dulot ng pandemyang COVID-19 sa ating lipunan at ekonomiya, hindi ito naging hadlang para sa OTC upang patuloy nitong ihatid ang mga serbisyo at tulong para sa sektor ng kooperatibang pansasakyan. Sa kasagsagan ng community quarantine, ang OTC ay nagtatag ng mga sistema at pamamaraan upang patnubayan at alalayan ang mga empleyado nito at patuloy na magampanan ang kanilang mga tungkulin at gawain para sa sektor. Nagbigay ang OTC ng mga shuttle service para masundo at maihatid ang mga empleyadong nakatakdang pumasok sa opisina. Dito, patuloy na nagpapatupad ng mga health and safety measures para sa proteksyon ng mga empleyado at kliyente. Mayroong temperature check at hand sanitation bago pumasok ng opisina. Ipinapatupad din ang palagiang pagsusuot ng face mask at face shield. Mahigpit ding sinusunod ang social distancing. Bukod dito, may mga empleyado namang nananatili sa kanilang mga tahanan pero nagpapatuloy pa rin sa pagbibigay serbisyo sa ilalim ng work from home setup. Nakilahok din ang OTC sa programa ng pamahalaan upang isailalim ang mga empleyado nito sa swab testing. Patuloy rin nagsasagawa ng iba't ibang mga pamamaraan o inisyatibo ang OTC upang magabayan at maalalayan ang transport cooperative sector. Isa na rito ang pagtataguyod ng skeleton workforce kung saan mayroon pa ring mga empleyadong pumapasok sa opisina araw-araw. Ito ay upang siguruhin na hindi maantala ang pagbibigay serbisyo publiko nito at tugunan ang mga pangangailangan ng mga kliyenteng nagdanais magpunta sa opisina nito. Nagsagawa at patuloy na magsasagawa rin ng OTC ng mga serye ng mga live online na ugnayan tulad ng online koopihan kung saan tinatalakay ang mga iba't ibang isyu na direkta o personal na ipinapaabot ng mga kooperatiba. Naging mga panauhin sa mga forum na ito ang iba't ibang mga kinatawan mula sa iba't ibang kagawaran o ahensya ng pamahalaan tulad ng DOTR, LTFRB, OTC, CDA, DSWD, at PNP-HPG. Nakapanayam din ng mga kooperatiba ang mga namumuno o namamahala mula sa dalawang government financial institutions, ang Land Bank of the Philippines at Development Bank of the Philippines, na may mga programang tulong pinansyal para sa PUV Modernization Program o PUVMP. Nagkaroon ng 4 na episodes ang online koopihan at patuloy pa rin magsasagawa ng ganitong mga uri ng pagpupulong at ugnayan ang OTC. bilang pagsunod din sa mga patakaran ng Interagency Task Force on Emerging Infectious Diseases at ng Department of Health, pansamantalang itinigil na rin ng OTC ang pagsasagawa ng face-to-face setos sa mga lugar na may mataas na kaso ng COVID-19 gaya ng NCR at Region 4. Sa halip ay nag-develop ang OTC ng online setos na isinasagawa sa pamamagitan ng Facebook. Ang pilot online setos ay ginanap noong June 16, 2020. Nagsasagawa din ng mga online at limitadong face-to-face setos ang mga OTC Regional Help Desk Officers bukod sa OTC Central Office. Sa ngayon, ganito karaming online at face-to-face setos ang naisagawa ngayong 2020. Online na rin isinasagawa ang mga OTC board meeting kung saan ay tinatalakay at inaapruba ang mga aplikasyon ng akreditasyon ng mga kooperatiba. Tuloy-tuloy na koordinasyon at pakikinayam sa mga pamunuan at tagapamahala ng CDA upang higit na mapaayos ang mga proseso at serbisyo sa mga nagnanais magbuo, magparehistro at magpa-accredit ng mga kooperatibang pansasakyan. Sa katunayan, patuloy pa rin nakakapag-accredit ng thesis ang opisina sa mga nakaraang buwan. At sa ngayon, mayroon ng 1,316 na mga kooperatiba ang na-accredit ng OTC sa buong kapuluan. Sa kabila ng pandemya, lumulusong pa rin ang PUVMP. Sa taon na ito, mayroong 16 na nag-launch at 5 na nagre-launch ng mga kooperatiba ng kani-kanilang modernized PUVs. Ngayon ay mayroon ng 46 PUVMP TC implementors sa buong bansa na may pinagsamang 961 na bilang ng mga makabagong PUVs na nagbibigay serbisyo sa ating mga mananakay. Sa pakikipag-ugnayan sa DOTR at LTFRB, ang OTC at ibang mga kooperatiba ay tumutulong sa pagbibigay ng mga libreng sakay sa mga medical and support frontliners sa kasagsaga ng MECQ ng COVID-19. Bukod pa rito, nakipag-partner din ang OTC sa Pag-ibig Fund, PhilHealth at Department of Trade and Industry, Bureau of Small and Medium Enterprise Development upang ihatid ang TCTV webinar series. Ito ay naglalayong makapagbigay ng mga impormasyon at patnubay upang maging kaagapay ang mga kooperatiba para sa pagbibigay ng mga benepisyong panlipunan at ekonomiya para sa mga kasapi nito. Tinampok din sa isang TCTV episode ng DBP kung saan nakidalo si CEO and President Emmanuel G. Herbosa upang ihayag ang kanilang espesyal na programang tinatawag ni Response o Rehabilitation Support Program on Severe Events. Sa pamamagitan ng official Facebook page, regular ding na-update ang sektor sa mga latest advisories ng OTC. Agad din namang nasasagot ang mga katanungan ng general public sa tuwing sila ay magme-message sa Facebook page. Kasama na rin sa social media accounts ng OTC, ang OTC PUVMP Project Management Office at iba't ibang Facebook page ng mga Regional Help Desk upang maghatid ng mga mahalagang impormasyon at kaganapang may kinalaman sa transportasyon at kooperatiba. Kinilala rin ng OTC ang mga TC na nagsagawa ng iba't ibang inisyatibo upang matulungan ang kanilang mga miyembro at komunidad. Gumawa at nag-share rin ang opisina ng infographics tungkol sa initiatives ng mga LGU at sa iba't ibang amelioration programs na maaaring salihan ng mga TC at kanilang members. Sa larangan naman ng PUVMP, patuloy pa rin ang mga aktibidades at pamamaraan ng OTC upang maghatid ng mga impormasyon at palaganapin ang magandang layunin at panuntunan ng programa. Kasama na rito ang paggawa ng isang informative video na naglalahad ng mga kalamangan at iba't ibang benepisyo na maaaring makamit ng pag-consolidate ng mga individual sa pagbuo ng kooperatiba at pagsasanib sa iisang prangkisa at kolektibong pag-aari ng mga sasakyan. Gumawa rin ng isang video series ang OTC na pinamagatang #KwentongPUVMP na naglalayong ihayag ang mga naging karanasan at payo ng mga kooperatibang lumahok sa PUVMP, Mapaluzon, Visayas o Mindanao. Kahit anong pandemya o sakuna ang dumating, ang OTC ay patuloy na magseserbisyo at tatayong gabay sa transport cooperative sector. Hindi ito madali, ngunit sa ating pagkakapit-bisig, pagkakaisa, pagtutulungan at pagsisikap, maaari nating mapanatili ang kakayahang mabuhay at makamit ang kaunlaran. Sabi nga sa tema ng ating Cooperative Month celebration ngayong taon, let us stand for resiliency and strive for sustainability.
Thank you so much for that very informative presentation, and welcome Executive Director Eugene of the OTC. So meron ho tayong reactor, so may we call on our reactor coming from the National Federation of Transport Cooperatives, no other than the Secretary General, Mr. Vicente Bilao. Sir?
Balao.
Balao. Sorry. Sir Vicente, are you in the room?
Ma'am, mukhang
Naka-mute siya.
Okay na ho ba? Okay na?
Yeah, okay na po.
Hello?
Na po kayo.
Naririnig na.
Yes,
Well,
yes,
hindi
sir.
ko masyadong
Yes, sir.
pasensya na ho dahil okay na, no?
Yes, sir,
Pasensya na ho
narinig
at
kayo, sir.
hindi ko masyadong nasimulan yung presentation ni Director Pabualan, pero doon sa mga nakita ko technically presentation yun tungkol sa PUBMP at siyempre sa OTC, kung anong ginagawa ng OTC para sa mga transport cooperatives. Kami ho sa hanay ng transport cooperatives talaga nagpapasalamat ho sa OTC dahil sila ho talaga ang gabay ng aming mga transport cooperatives in relation to the operations ng kanilang prangkisa sa LTFRB, pagkuha ng prangkisa, tinutulungan din kami siyempre ng OTC at saka ng CDA para sa mga training activities ng ating mga membro at mga opisyalis ng transport cooperatives.
Nawawala si Sir Vicente.
Na-disconnect siguro.
Na-disconnect siya. So maybe while waiting, baka we can accept. Sir, okay. Proceed, sir.
Pasensya na, nawala yung medyo sa siguro. Nagkaroon ng sa internet connection. So, tukod na sa sabi ko nga, actually, ang OTC ang ama ng lahat ng transport cooperatives sa buong Pilipinas. We, sa National Federation of Transport Cooperatives, are very thankful.
Parang rota ng jeepney, nawawala-wala.
Nahihirapan pumasok ang transport. Masikip pa ang daan ng dahil sa GCQ. Traffic pa.
Wala.
Sir Vicente, so maybe bago pagpatuloy ni Sir Vicente, we can allow from the participants na magtanong kay ED Eugene. May interesado ho ba sa ating participants na magtanong po regarding sa transportation sector?
Miss Divine, ang tanong ko lang, maganda yung mga programs, but di ba hanggang ngayon, the PUVs and the jeeps are not allowed to ply the route, and then if they have the route, tinatanggalan sila ng rota. So paano ngayon natin ma-correlate yung advancement for the transport co-op when we are faced with this problem about traveling, using the SUV, using the vans. Yun lang po. Thank you.
ED Eugene, would you like to respond to the concern of Attorney Mariel?
Yes, Ma'am Dibs. It's a good question, but unfortunately, that question refers to the LTFRB because they are the one in charge of the franchises. Kami naman solely the Office of the Transportation Cooperative. Attorney Mariel, andyan ka pa ba?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We are actually on the capacity building and then organization of the transport cooperative because pag na-consolidate na natin yon, actually ang franchise natin ngayon is more on the individual franchises. Precisely, ang Public Utility Vehicles Modernization Program is on the consolidation. So in the consolidation of the franchises, so dalawa na lang supposedly ang pwede nating ipatakbo. Number one is yung cooperatives, yung mga maliliit na mga operator na gusto nilang mag-organize para naman magkaroon ng isang kooperatiba, tutulungan natin. So yun ang program. Ang pangalawa is yung korporasyon. So definitely, that is our mandate. Wala tayo doon sa mga ruta because ang routes is actually belongs to Department of Transportation. Ang prangkisa naman belongs to the LTFRB. But definitely, we're still a member of the family and I would like to convey it to you na hindi masyado malayo yan i-address because yung Board of Director ng Office of the Transportation Cooperatives composed one of the Department of Transportation, Undersecretary. And second, the chairpersons of the LTFRB. But he can appoint anyone who will represent during the board meeting. The third composition of the board is Department of Labor and Employment. The fourth is the Philippine National Police and the transport sector and the OTC chair and me as the executive director. So that is our composition. But unfortunately, sabi ko nga kanina, the route belongs to the LTFRB. But during board meeting, pinag-usapan yan. Unfortunately, we have some protocol to follow by the IATF. So precisely because that mandate belongs to LTFRB, sila yung may sole jurisdiction. But we discuss in every board meeting kung paano i-address yung mga concern natin sa kooperatibang transportasyon.
Edie, meron tanong dito sa akin, Tinex, ano na daw ang development of the Jeepney Modernization Program? Lalong-lalo na ngayon, this time of pandemic time, with advisory for the corporation or the cooperative. So ano na po yung ano natin dito?
CEO Dibs, ang bias natin talaga is kooperatiba kasi kooperatiba yung opisina ko eh. I cannot answer in behalf sa corporation, but definitely dito tayo sa co-op. Now, for the co-ops na nag-participate doon sa QTP program, actually, utility vehicles program agal doon sa order na tawag natin omnibus franchising guidelines which been implemented no less than by our Secretary Arthur Tugadi. Sinabi ko sa iyo kanina makapagtakbo is dalawa ba at saka paano gawin natin mga magko. So, halimbawa, sa buong metro lang doon sa presentation natin, credited 1,360. Ano ba yung relevance nito doon sa programa ng ating gobyerno? Number one, ang tanong, how is the PUBM modernization program right now? Now, yung 1,360 is actually, individually, ang unit number is 2,970. Now, I will do a visual presentation. Ang mangyari nito sa 2,000 unit, 42 franchises, 52,000 franchises. Kanyan, isa yan, di ba? So, bihira lang yung dalawa. But right now, among the 42,000 franchises, 1,316 na lang. So, ibig sabihin doon, mas madaling mag-transfer sa regarding sa kanilang mga renewal. That is precisely of our mandate. Now, ano ang nangyari ngayon? Yung kaibigan natin na si Sir Big Balaw, actually, nag-modernize nila rin yung tumatakbo doon sa Pandakan. Kaya naging Secretary General siya ng National Federation. But the thing is that, hindi tayo huminto because we wanted to capacitate. We wanted also to implement what we call the fleet management seminar. Yung mga programa na hindi ninyo nakikita is because masyado kayo ito delikado ng mga program na gusto natin ayusin. Now, what is all about the fleet management seminar? Fleet management seminar is not the usual operation ating publiko-sakyan na individual dati. Ngayon, meron silang sariling common garage o sinasabi the own garage. Doon sa garage, tatay na yung lahat. So bago actually conditioned na yon. So that's how reliable our units when it comes to the modern units. But those mga traditional, yun nga, we cannot still with the same thing doon sa ating mga bagong unit kasi yun kasi ang mandate ng bagong units na nila kailangan talaga meron ng sariling garage. Ito pa rin. Sabi kasi nasa presentation, we with the social security system, mandated na rin yun sa atin na lahat ng mga drivers maging empleyado. Securities, kooperatiba. Dahil maging meron na silang health, talagang automatic pag-ibig. So these are the things that makes something change doon sa operators, sa drivers na. But actually the program is hindi lang doon sa unit, hindi lang doon sa drivers, but holistic. Gusto nating ipadama sa ating mga taong bayan in the entire Philippines na gusto nating i-change yung system. Halimbawa, yung pagsakay kasi dati is kung traditional na jeep andoon sa pinaka sa hulihan, di ba? Ngayon, we actually implemented na ang entrance mo andoon sa safer side. Kaya mga minibus na ang ginagamit na natin. Now, the other thing is that we need to have a unit that is safe, reliable, and comfortable. Hindi lang yon, environment friendly. That is why ako sana is tuwang-tuwa na makasama ko na si Asek Bertswansing kasi environmentalist din siya eh. So he actually advocated this. So yun ang gusto natin mangyari na hindi natin change yung mga pasahero natin kasi ang mga luma nating pamaraan is actually hindi naman sa masalimuot, uncomfortable. Minsan kasi napilitan tayo doon. Under the new program ng public utility vehicles, dapat talaga ang pag-upo is comfortably, makatayo ka, para naman yung mga pasahero ganado nang gumamit ng ating public transport system. So, yun ang gusto nating mangyari.
Idi Eugene, meron taga NCR na gustong makipag-ugnayan, si Ma'am Marlene Sindayen ng Novadesi. Ma'am Marlene, please.
Okay, parang kilala ko yung Nobadis eh. So yung pangalan
Ma'am
niya
Marlene, are you now in the room? Please, take it away. Ma'am Marlene?
Oh, okay, sige. Magandang hapon po. Ang gusto ko lang linawin sa transport co-op kasi yung 'di ba pag nasa modernization na, meron na po ang may-ari na po ng sasakyan ay yung kooperatiba.
Tama.
Pero sa kasalukuyan kasi parang inaasahan ng mga may-ari ng prangkisa na meron pa rin silang boundary aside from kahit na ang may-ari ay kooperatiba na. Kasi ang sabi nila, kaya naman nagkaroon ng transport service ang co-op kasi kinonsolidate yung kanilang mga prangkisa. Lugi daw kasi sila kung yung prangkisa ay nagamit na consolidate tapos wala na silang boundary ngayon. So yun ho yung gusto kong linawin sa transport modernization system. Anong tawag doon sa boundary na gusto pa ring i-receive ng mga operators?
Okay, so Ma'am Merlin, sorry to tell you na tama talaga yung sinabi mo. It is correct na ang may-ari na ng mga units is ang kooperatiba na. Dahil pag nag-consolidate ka, ang ibig sabihin, ni-waive mo na yung right mo for and in behalf of the cooperative. That is why isa na lang yung prangkisa. Out of the many individual franchises, isa na lang. Now, regarding to sa treatment na sinasabi mo, kanino belong yung boundary? That is the past thing na masabi natin kasi under the new rule, ang may-ari talaga ng income is ang co-op na. Now, kaya nga pinag-usapan is ano ba ang treatment doon sa ibinibigay ng gobyerno na equity, supposedly? Kasi sa pag-umpisa nitong programa natin, yung tinatawag ng 5, 6, and 7, 5% equity of the total amount, cost ng unit, 6% per annum na interest rate ng pagbili ng sasakyan at payable within 7 years. Noon yon. Ngayon kasi, thanks to the new normal ng pandemic kasi nagbago. Ano yung 5? That is a equity of the total amount. Kaya yung butihing secretary natin, kasi Art Tugade, in-increase yung subsidy. Tawag kasi subsidy na lang kasi hindi nag 5% eh. From 80,000 naging 160,000 yung ibibigay ng DOTR para doon sa mag-participate ng programa. So kung ang isang unit mo ay i-consolidate doon sa kooperatiba, ang ibig sabihin doon, meron kang makukuhang, merong ibigay ang DOTR o gobyerno sa kooperatiba 160,000 as equity. Pambayad doon.
So dapat po, yung
Okay, go ahead.
dapat po sir, ang contribution ng isang member sa co-op ay yung 160. Yun yung parang capital nila na yun yung magiging basihan ng computation ng ICPR.
Okay, pero
Kasi
dito,
parang aside sila doon, parang nag-i-expect pa sila ng boundary. Kaya yun po yung gusto namin iwanagin. Kasi sa normal na operation ng co-op, wala pong ganun.
okay, so ito yung update niya na that is my personal viewpoint na dapat doon sa may-ari ng unit magiging capital share yung 160,000. But merong ibang take doon ang CDA. Kaya nag-uusap kami every now and then how to make that appear doon sa kanilang mga book of entry. So ngayon kasi pinag-isipan pa nila paano ilagay yan doon sa entry ng kanilang libro. But definitely sabi ko sa kanila, kung sino yung may-ari ng unit, na ibigay yon dahil sa may unit siya. So definitely, that will form part doon sa kanyang capital share. So may dividend siya. Diba? Ang problema lang kasi doon, tama ka Ma'am Marlene, kasi sa ngayon, pag may boundary ka, daily ka kumukopra ng boundary mo. Pero doon sa dividend, yearly na. Kaya pinag-usapan yon how those operators, halimbawa, na malaki yung mga kinikita, dapat meron din silang makikita na hindi naman siguro yearly lang. Dapat naman, meron naman siguro silang makuha maganda sana every month o every quarter of the month para naman hindi sila maghintay sa buong taon. And that is being discussed right now by the department, by the Cooperative Development Authority and our office.
Thank you so much, ED Eugene. So alam ko marami pa tayong katanungan, but the time won't allow us to have it all by this time. And maybe we can invite it again, our ED of the Office of the Transport Cooperative, no other than Executive Director Eugene, kung papayagan tayo makipag-usap ulit sa kanya in the future. So bago ko po makalimutan, may pinapa-announce po sa atin si Kong Ben, na may forum with Secretary of the DSWD, Bautista, and Secretary Andanar and Cabsec Nograles on October 8 at 8:30 in the morning. Tayo ho ay mag-log in ulit para makakuha tayo ng informasyon para sa kabubuti ng ating cooperative. So with that, so thank you so much, Executive Director Eugene. Sana po hindi kayo magsasawa na sasagutin ang aming katanungan pagdating sa concern ng transportation and cooperatives.
CEO Dave, can I have just 1 minute? Just 1 minute lang.
All right.
Gusto kong paalam din. Actually, merong dalawang kooperatiba na cashless na. So yung Metro South doon sa Las Piñas at saka yung Libra Transport, sila talaga is card na yung ginagamit, hindi na sila nagpapasakay na cash. Kasi dahil nga sa pandemic, talagang gusto natin na walang exchange of money para naman ma-prevent natin yung pag-spread ng virus ng pandemic. So with that, I would say that hindi tayo nagpahuli. Ang ibig sabihin lang noon is actually we still have some other programs para sa kanila. We are now in close coordination with the Development Academy of the Philippines. Gusto natin ipapag-aral, maging professionalize yung pagdala ng ating kooperatibang pangsasakyan, and we even have in mind, mischievous idea, na lahat na pumapasok doon sa training ng Development Academy of the Philippines, pagkatapos ng program for 2 years, credited yun sa kanilang academic course. Pwede silang mag-proceed para matapos nila ang college. Kung college graduate naman sila, pwede silang pumunta doon sa master's degree. This is our one way of saying na gusto natin maiangat ang ating sasakyang kooperatiba. Salamat again. We would like to congratulate the organizer, especially Congressman Ben Canama. From us, we would say mabuhay ang kooperatiba.
Okay, so once again, thank you so much, Executive Director Eugene Pabualan. So I'm now turn over the floor to Ma'am Mariel and Sir Carl. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Walang sound si attorney.
Attorney.
Okay, I'm on. Thank you. Salamat, Miss Divine. So thank you so much to Executive Director Eugene Pabualan. Next, we will call on the Land Bank of the Philippines. It will be Assistant Vice President Edgardo Luzano who will present for Land Bank. Is AVP Luzano on board already?
Yes, Attorney, good afternoon.
Attorney
Salamat. Good
Mariel.
afternoon.
Attorney Mariel,
Yes.
we will call on Mr. Philemon Isparis, the CEO of Barbasa, to facilitate this sector.
Okay. So is Mr. Felman Barbasa around?
Yes, good afternoon, Attorney Mariel.
Okay, the awardee this morning.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Attorney.
Okay, sige. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so good afternoon, and then thank you very much from Land Bank, and then might be the BP later on, because those are my assigned agencies where I can facilitate. No, so with those presenter, I would like to ask for an apology for waiting, no, for this long time. So for the next presenter, of course, will be coming from Land Bank, who is now the Assistant Vice President, no, of the Land Bank, and we have been always communicating before when we are receiving our Gawad PITAC awards, no, with Land Bank, because naging inintuan na rin yung Barbasa NPC. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Vice President of the Land Bank, no other than Mr. Edgardo Ed Susano. Sir Ed?
Hi, good afternoon. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Espares. Sir, long time no see.
Yan nga, long time no see.
Yes, oo. And of course, si Sir Carlitos, matagal na po kaming hindi nagkita. Nice to see you, sir. Even just virtually at the moment. Yes, and can I request for the COMSEC to help me in my presentation for the slides that I've earlier emailed to you?
Darrell, can we request that
Sir Ed, for the benefit of the time, baka mag-focus tayo on the Bayanihan 2 para ma-shorten. Okay lang ba yun? Dahil every time nagmi-meet naman yung Land Bank with us. Okay lang ba yan, Sir Ed, just in case later on?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's actually a very brief presentation. And for the other programs, I will just run through them very, very quickly. But I will focus on the ongoing initiatives that we have now in relation to the Bayanihan 2. And also the initiatives that we are doing to help the small farmers and fishers and the co-op sector. Alam niyo naman po ang bias ng Land Bank, small farmers and fishers as the mandated, and of course the cooperative sector.
Yes, very good.
Yeah.
Sir, can we wait? I will.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that, no, kasi I am having difficulty in my screen sharing dito sa aking unit.
AVP Lozano, you didn't have any problems at all with the internet since this morning. Now it's a laptop that's a problem.
Yes, actually, and also dito po sa internet sa amin ngayon, it's quite fluctuating din yung signal.
Yes, we had a good one since this morning. Now the problem is not the internet, the problem is the unit.
Okay.
Okay, so he's trying to fix it, and maybe we can wait a little while.
Mm-hmm. Or it's okay with
Pwede
me,
ka na
attorney.
Vice. Pwede ka na lang siguro mag-proceed, Vice, verbatim.
Okay, so we can have verbatim.
Yeah. Pwede na yun.
Habang pinifix yung ating slides, maybe I can already start my report. And again, as I've said, we are pleased to inform the committee, si kay Kong Kanama, and of course the co-op sector, yung mga ongoing initiatives ng bangko in support of the small farmers and fishers. And this is also in line with the Bayanihan 2. And as I said, these are ongoing concerns and will be finalized subject to the issuance or pending the issuance of the omnibus IRR of the law. Yung isa pong provision ng batas is that it directs Land Bank to introduce a low interest rate and or flexible term loan program that will give priority to MSMEs and cooperatives. And for our compliance, mayroon po tayong mga existing programs that we offer to cooperatives and MSMEs. And ito pong mga programa na to are being revisited and amended to comply with the requirements of the law. Isa po dito is our generic cooperative lending program. Of course, this is in addition to other special lending programs that we offer to cooperative for specific purposes. And yung aming pong co-op lending program is designed para sa atin pong mga CDA registered cooperatives and those of course that pass the bank's risk asset acceptance criteria. And marami po alam ko ang nakakapasa sa ating criteria at nabibigyan po ng credit line ng bangko. Okay? So dito po sa co-op lending program, we finance viable income-generating projects that include agri-production, livelihood projects, as well as acquisition of fixed assets and working capital requirement of the cooperative. And we offer up to 80% of the total project cost. Yung 20% po is the equity of the borrower, and we include as part of the equity the labor component for the project. And kagaya po nung nabanggit ng aming presidente kanina umaga, as of August 31, we have already financed 1,464 cooperatives amounting to loans of 51.27 billion. The other program that we provide to eligible borrowers is the iRescue lending program. Ito po yung programa na nilaunch ng Land Bank to support yung ating mga sector in response to COVID-19. And under the program, we provide emergency fund for small and medium enterprises and also working capital for co-ops and MFIs for on lending to small farmers and fishers and the other clients. So loanable amount is up to 85% of the requirement of the SMEs or 85% of approved sub-loans of clients of co-ops and MFIs affected by the pandemic. Yung isa pong provision again by the law, which we also would like to take advantage of, is that mandating or directing the Department of Transportation to extend the following assistance to critically impacted businesses in the transportation industry, including the transport cooperatives. Ito po yung direct cash or loan interest rate subsidy, and also grants for fuel subsidy or digital fare voucher system. So we continue to coordinate with the DOTR, and ito yung kanina lang po na pinag-uusapan natin, and one of the coordinating point is the Speed PUV financing program of the bank. And dito po sa Speed PUV financing program, we provide loans to eligible borrowers, which include public transport cooperatives, for the acquisition of modern jeepneys up to 95% of the unit cost, and this will be paid within a period of 7 years. The other program components we're working on with the DOTR and LTFRB are the automated fare collection system and the fuel subsidy scheme. So yun, kanina po dinidiscuss sa atin ito ni ED Eugene ng DOTR OTC. The other provision of the law is that it directs all banks, quasi-banks, financing companies to implement a one-time 60-day grace period to be granted for the payment of existing, current, and outstanding loans falling due or any part thereof on or before December 31st, 2020. So Land Bank will comply with the requirement of the law, which is also embodied in BSP Memoranda 2020-068 and 2020-074 to provide a one-time 60-day grace period for all existing, current, and outstanding loans with principal and or interest falling due on or before December 31st, 2020. Ito po ay walang nakapatong na interest on interest, wala pong penalties, fees, and other charges. Pero lilinawin lang po na base po doon sa BSP Circular Memorandum, ito po ay non-extendable, mandatory one-time 60-day grace period. Ito po ay applicable to all existing. Ang sinasabi po ng memorandum is that kung existing, ito po ay existing before the effectivity of the law, which is September 15. At ito po ay current, ibig sabihin hindi po ito past due and outstanding loan. Kaya halimbawa po, yung kanyang quarterly amortization will fall. For example, October 15, bibigyan po natin ng one-time non-extendable mandatory grace period of 60 days. So yung October 15 po niya ay magiging payable December 15. And then subsequently, yung other quarterly amortizations will also be adjusted. But of course, Land Bank would like to see to it that on a case-to-case basis, even if we provide a mandatory 60-day period, grace period, tinan din po namin on a case-to-case basis if there's still a need for an adjustment on the or additional grace period sa loan po ng ating mga kooperatiba. So essentially, yun po yung tatlong areas of concern. And of course, we have other special lending programs that we are looking at now. We are adjusting. But this will be based, as I mentioned, to the omnibus IRR that will be issued. And I just would like to mention that while we are still adjusting the existing programs of the bank, there are also other current programs that are offered at low interest rate for small farmers and fishers, cooperatives, and MSMEs. And just a very, very brief rundown, this include the legislated lending programs, like the Agricultural Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, where we provide loan to small farmers and fishers at a maximum of 1 million, and cooperative at a maximum of 5 million at an interest rate of 2% per annum. We also provide loans to rice farmers and rice-based cooperatives at 90% of the total project cost requirement for rice production and acquisition of machineries and equipment, as well as working capital, also at 2% per annum. And then for the sugarcane planters, we provide loan for sugarcane production at 2% per annum, and for cooperatives and MSMEs, for the acquisition of machineries and equipment to operate a common service center at 6.5% per annum. And then lastly, bukod po dun sa ating binibigay ng mga credit support sa ating kooperatiba, we still continue to do capacity building for cooperatives. And I just would like to mention also that we have our existing tie-up with the Cooperative Development Authority. This is the Financial Inclusion Through Cooperatives program, where we target to train 220 cooperatives with 31,000 members in 92 unbanked municipalities. And in addition to this, the Land Bank Countryside Development Foundation continues to offer training programs and training interventions to the bank-assisted cooperatives in the areas of co-op management and governance, credit administration, risk management, and also farm management and operation, among others. Sa Land Bank po, naniniwala kami na the strength of the cooperative sector is also the strength of Land Bank. So with that, marami pong salamat.
Okay, so thank you very much, Sir Ed, for that brief presentation. So for the reactor of your presentation, we would like to request the chairperson of si Sakdico, at the same time the party president of the Co-op NATCO party list, no other than Alex Raquepo. Sir Alex?
Thank you, Emon. Magandang hapon na ABP Ed Lozano. So insofar as my primary co-op and the Ilocos Consolidated Co-op Bank, wala kaming problema sa Land Bank. I think they have been very helpful and very supportive in all our programs. Ang hiningi lang namin ngayon na ABP Ed, yung sana yung loan namin, yung renewal ng credit line namin, mapa-under the Bayanihan 2. Kasi medyo 6.5 pa ngayon ang binigay na rate sa amin. Siguro under the Bayanihan 2, mas konti na lang. Also, may mga concerns din ng mga co-ops na under the Bayanihan 2, we would earnestly request Land Bank to make federations and big co-ops as conduits of your funds maybe in this manner we can be partner more in terms of delivering your funds to the remotest area, especially in the countryside. Of course, nasabi ko na yung pangalawa na dapat medyo tapyasan natin yung interest rate if ever. ABP Ed. Lalo na yung mga kami ni Emon, gawad pita kawardi na yung co-op namin. Kahit konti lang yung matapyas para malalaki rin yung spread namin. And hopefully, that can be, and all other co-ops. And we would be willing to share our expertise with the small co-ops. ABP Ed, I'm also a accredited trainer under the Land Bank Countryside Development Foundation.
Okay.
That's why I am also invited in some of the trainings, and we have went as far as Visayas and most parts of Luzon. The third one, ABP is yung request dito. Besides the rate and besides ito. Yung requirements daw, ABP Ed. Hopefully, in terms of big co-ops, wala namang problema in terms of requirements. Ang bilis nga ninyo kayo yun na nagdadala ng mga forms. At if we have a good track record, this is an advice to leaders. If you have a very good track record with Land Bank, napakadaling kumuha ng assistance sa kanila at napakadaling ma-approve. But for smaller co-ops, ABP Ed, maybe the request is yung pangkwan, maybe you can ease up some of your requirements, especially yung track record, yung delinquency rate, among many other things. Especially now that the condition of our the condition is nasa kwan pa rin tayo, nasa quarantine. Most cooperative leaders cannot go directly to your offices. So you can also share to us on how to apply online and how to transact with you online, and that would be very, very much appreciated, ABP Ed. Before I end my reaction, we would like to thank Land Bank. We have had a very good track record and relationship with Land Bank all through the years, and they have been very helpful and cooperative. Wala namang problema kasi magagalit si ABP Ed pagka yung mga tao dito sa baba ay nagsisimangot sila. And I actually told that to one of your staff, I think to one of your regional VPs, na pag may sumimangot ay talagang i-report ko kaagad kay VP Ed Capo. And with that, thank you Land Bank of the Philippines. You are really true with your tagline, you help cooperatives grow. Maraming salamat, Emon. Maraming salamat, VP Ed.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sir Alex. Before we allow ABP Ed for the response, so we would like to thank Land Bank for the immediate response of the position letter we sent with Land Bank last time, when the Committee on Cooperatives endorsed.
Sound.
Wala akong sound, ma'am. Attorney Mariel. Marinig ako?
Meron, Emon.
Sorry.
Okay
marinig ka.
Okay na.
Loud and clear.
Na-interrupt kasi. Okay, thank you.
Loud and clear.
I'd like to thank Land Bank for that because during the hearing of the Committee on Cooperatives last September 3, our position letter coming from the sector was endorsed, and then we immediately received the response from Land Bank last September 14. So I would like to inform Sir Ed, of course, we immediately conduct a meeting because I am one of those member of the TWG. So that the request of the sector last time, I don't think so na para hindi rin na sagot ni Land Bank na ang gusto ni Land Bank dito, ni co-ops dito is that the cooperatives, especially the federation, must be a partner, no? Would be the conduit of Land Bank, especially on their capacity building and the retail, no? And then on a sharing scheme. So with that, might be because this is also recorded and we'll be able to have the whatever interactions on this. So patulong siguro no na again ma-discuss with the Land Bank management on our proposal na yung federation maging conduit talaga on the implementations of the program of Land Bank kasi yung co-ops nandiyan talaga sa field, no, we are working in the ground. So another one, hindi rin natugunan yung request na yung iRescue natin na gawing 3% yung interest rate, pero I know may Bayanihan 2 ngayon, and then you have mentioned na there is a provision directing Land Bank, no, to have a flexible and even low or even zero interest might be, no, just because we know for a fact that Land Bank has a big budget on the financing of on the financing side, no, because if you're going to look at the figure in the Bayanihan 2, there is 18.4 billion, no, being funded by the government to Land Bank. Tapos may reserve pa yan na around 9 billion yata,
9 billion,
no, just in case na may makolek tayo. So I mean we have a lot of fund coming from the government, which we understand na hindi ito sariling what you call that, mobilization, I mean coming from the deposits of the client of the Land Bank.
Yes.
So pwede natin siguro ito ma-adjust then might be we can work with that. Pero prior to that, out of the output ng ating TWG before, we really requesting Land Bank, no, to involve us might be in the crafting of your IRR, and then might be a clear and what you call that, talagang may ano ba talaga ang clear allocation ng fund ng Land Bank with the cooperatives, no, para at least malaman din ng co-ops na ito pala yung opportunity dito so that we can help the countryside. So yun din, no, then sabi nga natin kanina yung federation or primary would be a direct or conduit of the portion of the fund to be implemented, including its capability building. Then another, yung binabanggit dito na mag-relax ng criteria, especially with this pandemic of the records of the cooperative right now, na siyempre hindi maiwasan na may record of high collectibles na problematic, so baka magawan ng paraan, no, not to include on the criteria this time, no. And then of course yung retailing daw in the ground, kasi marami rin nasasaktan ng mga cooperative just because parang yung Land Bank natin na partner naging competitor in the ground. So I don't know how Land Bank would address to that. So with those mga hinanaing ng ating co-ops, at saka may mga special request pa nga dito dahil may palm oil and pineapple production sa Mindanao and Palawan na suppose talagang hindi na talaga kaya, so baka may mga proposal din ang mga co-ops and federation on this, baka mapunta ito in the writing off just because natatamaan talaga ang co-ops na may magandang records, but then just because of the program na i-partner sila, nasama sila, so dahil apektado na may calamity doon, so nasira yung project, so ang record ng co-op na medyo sabi natin na awardee yan, nagka-problema sila just because of their transaction with Land Bank na hindi naman nila talaga kontrolado yun, no? Dahil nagka-problema yung project. So yun siguro ang gusto rin natin iparating dito dahil out from our meetings, of series of meetings, so lumalabas itong mga issues na to. So Sir Ed, your response, but then I know we have still a lot of discussions to this. So
Yes.
can we hear your short response on what we
Yes, sir.
have discussed?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Sir Emon. And of course, Sir Alex, we have been working for a very, very long time with Barbasa and the SACDECO, and among the top and masasabi natin na pinakamalalakas na kooperatiba na katuwang po ng bangko sa pagpapaunlad ng ating kanayunan. And doon po sa sinabi ni Sir Alex kanina, doon sa renewal ng credit line, babanggitin po natin to sa ating Northern and Central Luzon Lending Group Head, si Ma'am Pina, for consideration. But of course,
salamat VP Ed. I love you, I love you.
babanggitin po natin. And of course, ang sinasabi po natin is that this is also part of the Bayanihan to provision, and tatlong area po yung tinitingnan natin initially to reply to respond to the requirements of the law. Number one po yung lowering of the interest rate, kasi this is very directly specified and mandated po dun sa batas na ibababa po natin ang interest rate for the cooperatives and for the other borrowers like MSMEs. And sabi nga po ni Sir Emon kanina, the Land Bank is being provided with a fund. Pagkakaalam ko po, this is of no cost to the bank. So therefore, dapat ay magkakaroon din ito ng effect on the interest rate provision sa ating mga borrowers and even for our sub-borrowers, yung pong ating mga farmers and fishers. The other area that we're working on is, of course, the simplification of the documentary requirements. And we continue to revisit the requirements. Tapos, kung ano po yung pwede nating ma-improve doon and to expedite yung ating processing of the loan, pwede po nating gawin yan. Pangatlo po, yung ating collateral requirement. In fact, there's a provision in the law na sinasabi po niya na kung ang pagkakautang ay hindi naman siya lalampas sa 3 milyon, ito po ay pwedeng bayaran sa loob ng 3 taon at ito po ay hindi nangangailangan na ng collateral. So kasama po yan sa mga pinag-aaralan po ng bangko. And pangalawa po, yung nabanggit kanina na the federation would be a conduit of the bank. We welcome that suggestion, we welcome that opportunity. Una-una po, dun sa conduit ang federation for the capacity building program of the bank. We will mention this to the executive director of the Land Bank Countryside Development Foundation para maybe to sit down with the federation kung paano po magkaroon ng working arrangement for the capacity building. Maybe a program with the Land Bank Foundation and the Federation of Cooperatives on how to usher the capacity building interventions to our smaller cooperatives and of course even to their members. No? Yung isa po kanina dun sa iRescue, as I already mentioned, ito po ay pinag-aaralan ngayon, and one of the direction is to possibly lower the interest rate. No? The other one, we also welcome yung suggestion, yung binanggit ni Sir Raymond kanina, na to work with the cooperative in the crafting of the IRR. In fact, in the previous board meeting of the bank, there was a directive to management na magkakaroon po ng consultation with the client sector of Land Bank, including the cooperatives, on how we can improve yung design ng mga programa and even the delivery of the programs to make them more responsive and effective doon po sa ating mga kliyente. That would include the cooperative. So tama po. And then we are designing the consultation program, and maybe we can relay this to the cooperative once we have the design of the program, kung paano po yung consultation process. Okay? Yung isa po, yung sa past due rate, yes. Of course, pag tinitingnan po natin ngayon, the members of the cooperative are affected by the pandemic, the COVID-19. So initially, ang tinitingnan po natin ngayon in the existing programs that we have is that pag pag tiningnan po natin yung past due rate, dapat ang past due rate na tinitingnan ay yung past due rate before the occurrence of the calamity of the pandemic or the
before
COVID-19.
COVID.
Before COVID dapat po. So, well, essentially these are the things that I can say. Doon naman po sa competition on the ground, there are actually programs po kasi na mandated ang bangko to lend directly to small farmers and fishers, and these are the legislated lending programs. But the other programs, of course, we still want to work with the cooperatives kasi ito naman po ang basically land bank is wholesale lending, and then we lend to conduits like the cooperatives, and they lend to their members. Okay? Yung sa case po ng mga oil palm cooperatives, these are being evaluated on a case-to-case basis. Titinan po kung ano yung magandang intervention na gagawin. There are, of course, I think, for example, the cooperatives in Palawan and in Mindanao that are involved in oil palm na hindi po naging maganda yung nangyari sa project. Pinag-uusapan dito, tinitingnan yung possibility of restructuring and then providing them additional intervention. So ito po ay dinidiscuss sa ground on a case-to-case basis. So yun. So sabi po ni Sir Emon, may mga pagkakataon pa naman so we can further discuss the programs and work together. So marami pong salamat.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, Kong. Kong Ben.
Good afternoon po, Sir Ed Lozano.
Kong, good afternoon po.
Good afternoon po. I would like, first of all, to thank the presence of President Borromeo kanina, and of course, your patience in continuing this forum.
Yes, sir.
Sir, may I ask po sa Land Bank for more or less concrete and specific replies on the specific concerns that we have brought forward to your office? Kasi na-mention po kanina ni Mr. Espares na ang cooperative sector nagpadala po ng formal letter, and that was duly endorsed by the Committee on Cooperatives sa House of Representatives.
Yes, sir.
Supposedly, mayroon kaming meeting sa Committee on Cooperatives on October 9. But I decided to defer the meeting kasi hindi daw available si President Borromeo. Kasi I have also read the response, and as observed by Mr. Espares, marami pong mga concerns na hindi masyadong concrete o specific yung reply sa Land Bank. Just to cite few, we are asking for the reduction of the interest rate ng IRSQ. Walang categorical na reply doon. Meaning, hindi namin alam yes ba or no, parang hanging. Tapos, ako sir, I come from Mindanao. I have visited the areas na may problema po ang mga co-op as regards to plantation of pineapple and palm oil. Naramdaman ko po yung problema nila, and based on my latest discussion with them, hanggang ngayon parang umiiyak pa rin sila. I am sorry to tell you that in spite of the assurance po ng ating kasama sa Land Bank sa Mindanao na agad-agad matulungan sila, pero hanggang ngayon, in fact, they are testing me now na parang wala pa nila na hindi pa masyadong na-address yung mga concerns nila. I am referring to the cooperatives in Region 12 and in Region 11 who were engaged in palm oil and pineapple.
Yes,
so
sir.
we look forward, sir, na ano ba ang pwedeng gagawin? Kasi kung patuloy lang po dito sa forum, maganda naman na may assurance. Pero ako naman, sir, I would be very happy that mayroon talang concrete at very specific na steps in order to address those issues and concerns. So, banggitin ko lang po, ang primary cooperative ko po ay Lurunsutan Multipurpose Cooperative. Lumaki po siya, naging billionaire because of the help of Land Bank. So there is no doubt in my mind that ang Land Bank is our primary financial partner, especially in the cooperatives in the countryside. Kaso lang, at this time of pandemic, I think we badly need more the help and mas relax na policy sa Land Bank kasi imagine na wala na tayong koleksyon, delinquent na, may 60 days pa na moratorium. And I think tayo, Lex, we are aware, ang inihintay po sa mga funders natin, year end na FS at balance sheet. Di ba? So, that is the most important thing, yung report natin at the end of the year. So, we would like to help Land Bank on those issues. I do not know if we need a sort of another TWG para masito talaga ito. Kasi kung mag-usap lang tayo dito sa forum, tapos hindi natin ma-address yung mga issues, kasi hanggang ngayon, hanging po yung mga issues na nabanggit. So pasensya na po, Sir Ed, hindi ko man sinasabi that we do not acknowledge. We just like na because of this pandemic, parang Land Bank na lang ang mapuntahan sa mga naghihirap na co-op aside from the SB Corp and the DPP. Iyon lang, pasensya na, talagang niraramdaman ko lang po ang hirap ng mga kooperatiba. Kailangan talaga nilang parang mas immediate na tulong by this time. Kaya nga, for and in behalf po sa mga kooperatiba, I appeal to the Land Bank na sana may immediate at specific na pagtugon sa mga concerns po. Salamat po.
Sir, marami pong salamat.
Yes, thank you very much, Kung Ben. Sir Ed, another response to that, and then might be we could agree what would be the stand of Land Bank of the statement of Kung Ben.
Yes, sir. Sir Raymond, maraming salamat. Kung marami pong salamat. In fact, we appreciate yung very close coordination that you have with the Land Bank para po sa mga problema ng ating mga kooperatiba. And I really appreciate that. And yun nga po nabanggit nyo kanina na hindi po masyadong specific and clear-cut yung reply. Halimbawa po dun sa hinihingi ng co-op sector to reduce the interest rate of the iRescue from 5% to 3%. Kagaya nga po na nabanggit ko kanina, in this time of the Bayanihan 2 where there is already signed law and then we're just waiting for the IRR, isa po ito sa mga programa na tinitingnan natin to reduce really the interest rate. At ito po ay ibabase natin sa ilalabas po na IRR ng batas. And pangalawa po, if we may have, sir, if with your indulgence, yung specific details po ng if hindi pa po na ibibigay sa Land Bank, yung halimbawa po yung mga cooperatives that are involved in pineapple and oil palm production in Mindanao. So that maybe...
Sir,
yes, sir.
Lahat po na detailed, sir. Nakuha na po ng Land Bank na nakasaya sa Mindanao.
Okay po.
I think dalawang beses na po kami nag-usap and she assured me na mayroon pong gagawin ang Land Bank. I am just medyo sad na the last time nag-usap kami sa mga co-ops, ang sagot po nila, medyo hindi pa sila masyadong masaya doon. Example, yung isang co-op, na-restructured sila. Tapos, she was asking me nga, kung bakit yung iba, ang rate nila is parang 5 or 6. Tapos sa amin, 7 or 8. Inko, bakit ganyan? Hindi rin nila alam. So, what I mean is, pwede ba matutukan yun, sir? Kung gusto ninyo, I can furnish you again the names of the cooperatives and their exact problem para matutukan sila. Or we can have another meeting via Zoom with all those cooperatives para mapakinggan ano talaga ang nangyari sa kanilang kooperatiba. Basta sir, last time nag-meeting po kami, umiiyak yung CEO o manager doon. Kaya nga medyo natas din ako na hindi man yung para sa kanilang sarili, is for the cooperatives. Kawawa naman, ganyan ang nangyari sa kanila.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Maraming salamat po. And babanggitin ko po ito. And then, maybe tama po yung sinasabi ninyo na we can have a detailed, specific meeting po para mapag-usapan yung evaluation and the necessary action para po sa mga pineapple and palm oil-based cooperatives para po we can define the concrete action na dapat pong gawin sa kanila. So I will mention this po sa management and then we can probably coordinate with your office to set up a specific meeting para mapag-usapan po ito.
Okay, so sige. So thank you very much, Sir Ed. Attorney Mariel, can we allow at least maximum of 2 just in case na may gusto pa magtanong from the participants?
Sir, because
we have time.
There is the DBP waiting.
Okay.
And the SB Core.
Okay. Sige. So can we continue muna? Then with this, we would like to thank Sir Ed for the presentation, and at the same time representing Land Bank. And I know you'll be always with us to help the cooperative. So with this, we are hoping that Land Bank will really work for your mandate for the countryside financing or banking. So thank you very much, Sir Ed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
See you in the next activity again. So can we call the Philippine Bank of the Philippines representative? Are they around? I know that the name ba tama is the senior manager.
Yes, sir. I'm Joseph Diamante, staff po ni Ms. Ralen. I'll just be presenting our presentation, and then Ms. Ralen shall be present to address the concerns dun sa reaction po.
Sige, Sir Julo, then so you'll be the one, then would like to acknowledge, of course, the senior manager of the BP, Sir Ralen Verdadero. So, Sir Julo, can you present?
Yes, sir. Ito po.
Tila walang sound.
Video ba to?
Walang sound. May naririnig ka ba, Ewan?
Wala.
Wala?
Walang sound.
Wala rin.
Walang
sound. Walang sound.
Sige po, sir. Paano natin i-ano dito yung audio? Yes, sir.
Haba ba yan?
Naka-share screen. Di ko, sir, yung share audio. Tingnan ko lang,
ilang
sir.
minutes na to? 44 seconds. Ilang minutes ba? 9.
Sir, baka pwedeng i-play na lang po ng host kasi baka yung sharing po ng audio ng AVP hindi po siya nakakaya.
Sino ba yung nagpe-play? Sir Darrell
Ako po,
ba?
sir, ang nagpe-play pero mukhang
Sa
yung
host,
video lang po ang na-share.
Darrell? Wait lang, sir, ha?
Okay, sige. Anyway, the time right now is 5:14, Then we have still tatlo pa ba mag-present?
Yung wala pong attachment yung na-send sa email.
So hindi pwede may play, Sir Darrell?
Hindi po.
Wala, sorry with this. Si Julo, anong mangyari? Anong gagawin?
Try ko, sir. Tinanggal ko po yung microphone, yung earphones ko. Try natin i-play. Kung walang audio, na lang po.
Verbatim ulit. Discuss na lang.
Sayang nga lang yung message po ng aming president. Pero subukan po natin.
Yun, may audio.
Ayun, sige, sir.
Yeah, pwede na yan. Medyo adjustment na lang.
Through the years, DBP has established itself as the country's premier institution for sustainable development. Common government efforts to usher in a golden age of infrastructure bank. DBP will help bridge the country's
Basag yung audio, hindi clear.
funding and advisory services will be channeled to priority infrastructure projects. Through public-private partnerships at the national and local government levels, DBP will provide the financial muscle for government's Build, Build, Build program. Revving up for greater challenges ahead, DBP steps up its drive to influence growth nationwide, mainstreaming more Filipinos into the development process and empowering all sectors to contribute to sustainable progress. Modernization Program o PUVMP ng pamahalaan. Ang PUVMP ay isang road-based public transport reform program ng Department of Transportation na suportado ng Comprehensive Tax Reform Program ng Department of Finance. Sa PUVMP, magkasangga ang pamahalaan at transport cooperatives and corporations sa pagbuo
transport industry tungo sa moderno, mas malinis at ligtas na pagbibiyahe. Lahat panalo dahil bukod sa maginhawang biyahe para sa mga pasahero, angat din ang mga operators at drivers sa karagdagang kita mula sa mas maayos, gusto at tuloy-tuloy na pasada. At para maisulong ang PUVMP, todong suporta rin ang hatid ng Development Bank of the Philippines. Hatid ng DBP ang credit support para sa mga transport cooperatives and corporations. Para sa mga transport corporations at cooperatives, ipinakikilala ang DBP Pasada, Program Assistance to Support Alternative Driving Approaches. Naniniwala ang DBP na sa PUVMP di na tayo pahuhuli sa pagkakaroon ng mga modernong sasakyang pampubliko.
Una, papasalamat ako kay DBP nung pinagkatiwalaan kami sa unang 30 units namin. Ngayon, grabe yung pagtanggap ng mga mananakay sa ating modern jeep. Nakita nila yung comparison. Ngayon po, mas pinipili po ng ating mga mananakay. Kung dati po ang gobyerno ang nagsusulong, ngayon po ang mga mananakay na po ang humihiling ng modern jeep.
Mas maalwan po talaga dalhin yung minibus kasi po hindi ka na makakalanghap ng usok eh. Hindi katulad dun sa jeep, langhap na langhap mo lahat ng usok. Tsaka sa minibus, komportable ka eh. Pagka naulan, hindi ka rin mababasa gaano ng ulan.
Tara na sa DBP Pasada! DBP Pasada para sa bagong sasakyang pambiyahe. DBP Pasada para sa pagtatayo ng mga garahe, terminal at iba pang support facilities. DBP Pasada para sa mga equipment na kakailanganin sa maayos na operasyon at maintenance ng mga PUV. Tandaan, 5, 6, 7. DBP Pasada. DBP Pasada para sa mababang interes. DBP Pasada para sa magaan na pagbabayad. Tayo na sa biyaheng sigurado. Maginhawang pagbabago sa PUVMP at DBP Pasada.
Ang Republic Act 11203 o mas kilala bilang Rice Tarification Law ay ipinatupad ng ating pamahalaan noong Marso 2019 upang paluwagin ang pag-aangkat ng bigas mula sa ibang bansa. Sa halip na limitahan ng pamahalaan ang dami ng aangkating bigas, magbabayad ang mga importer ng karampatang taripa o buwis. Mas mura ang imported rice kaysa sa sarili nating aning bigas. Ngunit dahil sa taripa, inaasahang hahabol ang presyo ng lokal na bigas sa imported rice at mapipigilan ang pagdagsa nito sa ating bansa. Ang Rice Tarification Law ay naglalaan ng 10 bilyong piso kada taon sa loob ng 6 na taon para sa Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund o RCEP. Ito ay ilalaan sa dekalidad na binhing palay, demake ng pagsasaka, pautang na may mababang interes at pagturo ng mga bagong teknolohiya sa pagpapalay. 1 bilyon mula dito ay paghahatian ng DBP at Land Bank para sa murang pautang. Hatid ng Development Bank assistance under the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund o RCEP, kung saan ang bangko ay nagpapautang sa mga individual na magsasaka, kooperatiba para matugunan ang kanilang pangangailangan gaya ng kapital, pambili ng binhi at makinarya.
Sa programang ito, maaaring umutang ng hanggang 90% ng kabuuang gastos ng kanilang proyekto sa mas mababang interes na hindi hihigit sa 2% kada taon.
Ang inyong dedikasyon, mga siwa, pag-aanin ang dokumentasyon, gabayan ang ating mga miyembro sa tamang pakikipag-ugnayan sa bangko na siyang unang hakbang tungo sa financial literacy. Na ibig sabihin, ito ay isang estratehiya na wastong paggamit ng kita. Kabilang dito ay pagpaplano kung paano gagamitin ang pera, pagtitipid, pag-iimpok at pamumuhunan.
Huwag tayong magpapatalo sa banyagang bigas. Tulungan natin ang ating Pilipinong magsasaka upang pahusayin ang kanilang kakayahan at kasanayan tungo sa mas masaganang ani at mataas na kita.
Magandang hapon po. Maayong buntag sa inyong tanan. Thank you, Congressman Kanama, for inviting the Development Bank of the Philippines for the opening of the Co-op Month celebrations, and thank you to all cooperative leaders and members around the nation. The cooperative sector is indeed a key sector of the Philippine economy, providing both services and opportunities for a great number of Filipinos, particularly those from the marginalized sectors of society. The Philippine Cooperative Development Plan 2018 to 2022 lists, and I quote, increased access to finance, unquote, as a strategic goal. And while the DBP has continually worked to increase the accessibility of its financing programs to cooperatives, we have also initiated a collaboration with the Cooperative Development Authority to provide additional financial literacy trainings for cooperatives, particularly in the preparation of the various documents necessary for accessing credit. While the COVID pandemic has certainly taken a toll on the country's economy, it is imperative that we all work together and rebuild our nation. It is not just the responsibility of the national government to embark on this journey, but the responsibility of each and every Filipino, like the proverbial walis ting-ting, which functions only when bound together tightly. So too can our great nation rise up only when we all work together. I believe that the spirit of Bayanihan is also what embodies cooperativism, wherein each member contributes to the development of the whole and also shares in the benefits as the cooperative grows and be more responsive to its members. Thank you, and again.
Okay. Sir Julo, may Ano ka pa? May dagdag?
Yun na sir, ang aming presentation. Minarapat namin na yung mga programs namin na successful ang maipakita sa ating mga audience po ngayon.
Okay, so anyway, present naman si Relian, no?
Si Mr. Allen po is present, ma'am, sir, to answer any
Malayo pala
concerns
to,
or
sorry.
queries.
Okay, so sige. So with the presentation and then with that video without any other further presentation, would like to request the CEO of the Federation of Credit Co-ops or PFCCO of the Mindanao League, no other than Sir David Paharon, to react on the presentation and might be have some recommendations. Sir Dev? Si David, available? Baka hindi siya na-mute.
Oo, naka-onboard si Dave pero hindi siya...
Sa host natin, pwede ma-mute? David Paharon, PFCCO Mindanao. Before we forget, would like to greet all the teachers for the Happy Teachers Day, because October is also a Teachers Day. So this is the day they are celebrating right now, and this is also the first day of the class of the school. With this, congratulations.
Pwede na
Yes.
si Dave.
Dave, take your time.
Thank you very much to Congressman Ben Kanama. Kanina 1,000 tayo something, ngayon 233 na lang. The time is not favorable to us. To DBP, thank you very much for that very good presentation. Our reaction and based on the presentation, and we have also some observation as far as for Bayanihan recover as one. We know for a fact that the Bayanihan to recover as one is stimulus fund. So kung walang nangyayaring pandemya, hindi ganito gagawin ng mga co-op sector na bigla na lang nagkaroon ng parang unification of all cooperative all over the country. And we are very thankful to Co-op Party List, Kong Bin Kanama, for bringing us together here. Ang mga co-op, yung nag-present, magre-react is okay lang naman yung mga malalaki, the billionaire one, pero ang nasa countryside, small, medium, and micro, talagang kung badly affected yung big co-op, mas more ang micro and small and medium. No? Sa presentation ng DBP, dalawang programa nila ang naka-aim sa co-op. Una, yung pasada, which is the modernization program, and pangalawa is yung sa ERCA. Hindi ko ma-spell out yung pero that's the RISE, no? Nabanggit na sa CDA yon. Regarding the pasada program, kung walang pandemya, maganda na sana ang take-off noon. And we are talking about millions of pesos being now unloaded to different transport cooperative. And my colleague before, Sir Eugene Pabualan of the Office of Transport Cooperative, is in strengthening the transport cooperative. But the reality there is we have millions of pesos that we are bound to pay for the 5, 6, 7 strategy of the banks being cascaded to the transport cooperative. And then, all of a sudden, the lockdown from March up to now. So the badly affected as far as liquidity and revenue is the transport cooperative. So our recommendation here is to revisit all those things because kawawa talaga yung transport nito under the pasada program. Pangalawa po is yung ERCA. Maganda talaga yung programa for rice tariffication law, but the reality now, the farmers rice cooperative is umiiyak because the price of rice here in Mindanao, here in Bukidnon, here in South Cotabato is kulang na lang, is hindi na lang nila ibibenta. Sino ang badly affected niyan? Yung mga farmers pa rin. So hindi ko alam kung ano ang sagot nito, pero ito yung nakikita namin sa ground talaga, no? Nakikita sa ground. And then I am a follower of former Secretary of Department of Agriculture Manny Piñol of Mindanao Development Authority, kung nakikita namin prices of rice and the impact of rice tariffication program. So that's the 2-1, no? The 2-1. Pangatlo po is, ano ang programa ng DBP aside of the pasada and rice or ERCA towards the economic recovery na badly affected? Kasi kanina makikita natin is mayroon talagang naka-program yung Land Bank of the Philippines as far as to the cooperative, no? So ito po is hindi namin sinasabing dapat is makaka-access kami. Ang sinasabi natin nito is Development Bank of the Philippines, merong new normal na ang ating economy is babangunin natin, and then ang badly affected is the cooperative. Hindi makakaya ito ng 1-2 years. It will take another 2 to 3 years, no? So ako is CEO ng Philippine Federation of Credit Cooperative Mindanao League. Karamihan ng member namin is mga small and medium na micro cooperative na talagang nahihirapan na sila pag-access ng capital because yung micro hindi makaka-access sa land bank. Yung medium hindi makaka-access sa land bank, hindi kagaya ng ating butihing Imon Espares ng Barbasa na awardee, di ba? Yun ang reality. So what will be our program for this one? And then hopefully the same with land bank na recommendation na makaupo sana ang co-op sector sa mga guidelines na ginagawa, itong pundo na pinapasok ngayon sa dalawang GOCCs, Land Bank and DBP, for the economic recovery. Ang punto po dito sa DBP is ano yung magiging programa natin for economic recovery aside from the pasada and then yung sa rice. Now we have a lot of cooperative here in the countryside, and then what will be our program as far as those fund is concerned. Na-highlight sa inyo po ang build, and we know for a fact that build is now standstill. Sabi nga ni President, mas maganda pa yung plan kaysa build because of all many issues. Pangatlo po is, yung kung may capability building po kayo, kindly tap the federation or the big cooperative to cascade on that one. Like in the Land Bank of the Philippines, we are also part of the program of Land Bank Countryside Development where our organization is partner for financial literacy to the farmers. So what we can do on that one. And then pang-apat po is yung same with Land Bank na observation namin is yung mga procedural, kasi alam namin bangko talaga ang lingwahe, and then yung mga co-op hindi naman minsan makaka-supay sa mga requirement. Pero sa Bayanihan Recover as well, hopefully merong mga guidelines na medyo nakakaluwang ng konti. And then sa sinasabi po namin is kung sana po recommendation po namin is mapasama po ang co-op sector, ito pong finance cluster na pinapangunahan ni kasamang Imon Estares, na mapasama kung ano ang mga programa ng Land Bank of the Philippines. Kasi po kailangan natin ng partnership ngayon. Kailangan natin ng collaboration between, sinasabi niyo ng PPP, Private Public Partnership, and we can create a cooperative DBP partnership, and all those things will be cascaded to the countryside. We need to have consultative approach regarding the pasada and then the rice program because badly affected itong mga ito. Although the context of the rice farmers, walang problema maski may pandemya, talagang nag-aano pa sila ng rice, pero ang market ang problema nito. We need to have a collective effort regarding on this recover as one. Hindi pwedeng mag-stand alone lang na ito yung programa namin at ikakascade namin sa baba, no? And we need to have to challenge everybody that we will be having a unified and collective, collaborative and consultative approach. So 4 na siyan. And then nakita natin yung opportunities because of this one. The cooperative now is becoming one. And we need to be victorious on this one because hindi basta-basta yung ginagawa natin to recover our economy, and we will form part of that team, the cooperative sector. And we need information on all of those things, and that may consultation, and the cooperative has determination under PRRD with a 91% trust rating rate. So ang nangyayari niyan, ang countryside, sinasabi talaga na mayroon talagang bababa na programa doon sa pinakabababang mga sangay na membro ng aming kooperatiba. In behalf of PFCCO, we are very thankful to Congressman Ben Canama and to Attorney Marie Orsal and everybody, to Sir Amon. 5:35. Thank you very much and good evening to everyone.
Yes, thank you very much, Sir Dave. Well said. So can we hear this short response from the BP? Might be we can hear the senior manager.
Hi, sir. Yeah, thank you for
Yes,
that
babae
reaction,
pala si
sir.
Ma'am
Ano
Relen.
po, yeah. Just to inform lang po, si sir, we have already started. We appreciate po all of his recommendations. And to inform po the CDA, last month po, even before the signing of the Bayanihan 2, we have already conducted two series of briefings to our cooperatives in partnership with the CDA. Sir, we have conducted first the briefing on the expanded rice credit assistance program to actually give this window to our cooperatives, because DBP, our priority are the cooperatives, because as our president have said, we see the value and the importance of the cooperative in making the lives of our farmers more sustainable and to improve their livelihood. Another series that we did was actually a financial literacy training on the preparation of the financial documents to make it easier for them to comply with the documentary requirements of the bank, especially with the preparation of the business plan. So, well, we have at least a few applications already, but we still have a lot of yet access the RCEF to please approach us, approach our nearest lending center, and grab this opportunity, because Land Bank and DBP is giving it at 2% per annum, and for relending, it's 0% for the cooperatives. Again, let us take advantage of this. We are offering this to our cooperatives. Let us ask our cooperatives to take advantage of this opportunity. Okay, we still have for DBP, we still have around 300 million available to our cooperatives. And for the pasada, sir, again, rest assured that DBP is doing its best to revisit and actually appeal to the IATF to ease the social distancing protocols to our, mga jeepneys. Yung po yung mahirap kasi kahit sino naman po siguro, kung 50% lang po yung inyong sakay, and you will be, running a route at a loss, might as well rest, di po ba? Wag na lang tayo lumabas. Kasi kung lugi rin lang, sayang po yung pagod, di po ba? But rest assured po na si DBP po, hindi po kami tumitigil para po tingnan kung paano po matutulungan yung mga drivers natin. And for the Bayanihan 2, sir, again, magtiwala po kayo. Actually po, si CDA po, isa po yan sa pinakamahalagang partner na tinitingnan namin para po ma-implement natin ng maayos ang Bayanihan 2. In fact, we have already set a meeting with no less than the si Sir Rabanera. Na-postpone lang po, nag-cancel lang po si Sir kasi pinatawag daw po sa Senado. So magkakaroon po sana sila ng meeting together with our president, because we want to strengthen the partnership with the CDA. Because as we have said, we see the critical role and the important role of our cooperatives in, implementing all of these initiatives and interventions of the government. So yung kooperatiba po talagang na-identify namin na pinakamahalaga po nakapartner namin para po ma-implement namin ng mahusay at matagumpay yung Bayanihan 2. Meron pong 6 billion na inilalaan kay DBP. At again po, yan nga po, bago pa man po itong naaprubahan ng Bayanihan 2, nakita na po namin yon at talaga pong humihingi na kami na dyan si Director Ray Elevaso, alam niya po yan, na talaga pong gusto naming mag-forge ng partnership with the CDA because we want you to be part of all of these implementations. In fact, for the RCEF, we have already started. And again, extend ko lang po yung imbitasyon natin dun sa mga kooperatiba natin. Let us take advantage po of the funds para po matulungan po kayo. With the 2% interest rate per annum, napakababa po nun. At sa relending po ninyo, with 0% po. Wala pong cost of funds para sa inyo. So, ang kailangan lang po ninyong gawin ay approach nyo po kami para po makapag-apply po kayo at matulungan po namin kayo. So with that po, maraming pong salamat. Again, thank you very much po for having us and inviting us to this very important event for the cooperatives. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very, very much, Ma'am Marilyn. Wow. So with this, we are thankful of your statement na you are collaborating with the cooperative. No? So can we still request na sana yung PCC, yung Philippine Cooperative Center will be invited also because we are eco sector operating in the ground, no? Para at least yung mga experiences at saka kung ano talaga ang gusto, may direct representation ay yung cooperative. Okay ba yan, Ma'am Raylen? Okay, sige naman. Naka-mute ka, but then that's good, no? And then for the information, we have...
We'll take note of that, sir.
Wow,
yes,
very good. So may 6 billion ang allocation ang DBP, no? And then may additional of 6.5. So with this, we can work together to maximize, no, whatever resources para makapag-recover tayo. Yes. So thank you very much. And then of course,
Sir
again,
Emon?
yes, Kong Ben, may dagdag, yes.
Ito ba sa DBP?
Yes, Kong Ben.
Hello po ma'am, pasensya na po, medyo nahuli ako. I was out for a while for personal. Hindi na lang ako magtanong. I just would like to manifest. May isa pong transport cooperative dito sa lugar namin in Tangob City. They have been requesting me regarding po sa application nila. Ang palaging sagot daw sa DBP dito, medyo hindi daw. Parang suspended ano ba? Pwede ba ma-take note na look into this transport? Is it really possible na ma-process pa yung loan nila o hindi na? Yun lang ma'am. Sir, can I get the number of ma'am tapos i-take ko sa kanya yung exact detail?
Okay.
Dito po sa Tangob City, Misamis Occidental, is part of Region 10.
Ma'am Ralien, kunin yung number ni Kong Ben. Yung number mo, Kong, yung ibigay natin.
O Kong, okay ni ma'am, tapos ko yung number niya. Tapos mag-usap kami tungkol dito sa details na isa ko.
What I will give you, sir, is the number po of the person or the officer in charge of the pasada para direkta nyo po sa kanyang maidikta yung inyo pong, kunin ko sir yung number nyo.
Sige ma'am, thank you. Yun lang. Kasi pabalik-balik po dito, bakit daw hindi pwede
Actually sir, ngayon po talaga, dahil nga po with the pandemic, gaya po nung nabanggit kanina, medyo temporarily po, kasi yun nga po, ayaw naman po nating mag-extend ng credit dun po sa ating mga kooperatiba, tapos po mapalalagay lang sila sa alanganin kasi nga po ngayon talagang with what is happening right now, with the 50% po na occupancy po, medyo talaga pong kahit sa nating tingnan, medyo hindi po kayang magbayad at lugi po talaga. Kaya po talagang medyo po nag-slow down si DBP kasi po kailangan po talagang i-revisit, tingnan po ito, pinag-aaralan po ito together with the DOTR para po maging mas maayos po yung ating pong implementasyon. Talaga po ngayon sir, hindi po kami tumatanggap dahil nga po kasi po baka imbis na makatulong po tayo lalo po itong magpahirap doon po sa ating mga drivers or mga operators po ng jeep. Pero kukunin ko po yung number nyo para po direkta po ninyong makausap yung pong officer na in charge po.
Pwede ma-revisit itong area kasi itong Region 10 baka iba ang sitwasyon sa ibang lugar. Just in case.
Yes,
so,
sir.
but we will abide
yung
by
number
your
po
decision
ninyo sa amin, sir. Opo.
Sige, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Okay, so sige. So thank you very much. So again, the senior manager of the DBP, Ma'am Rilyn Verdadero, and the staff, Julio Diamante, who presented the video, and of course from our reactor, Sir David Paharon. Back to you, Ma'am Attorney Mariel.
Oo, alam mo, it's already 5:15, but we still have in the room TESDA and I think the Small Business Corporation. So if we can ask them to proceed if they are ready already or they've been waiting for a long time. Yes, I'm from TESDA. Hello, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am.
Hello, good evening po sa ating lahat.
Overtime na po, ma'am.
Okay lang po yan.
Okay, thank you po.
We are government servants. Siguro po ang aking, hindi na ako magpipresent dun sa mga programs ng TESA anyway. We have very aggressive marketing programs. So ang ibibigay ko na lang muna siguro kung ano, is the updates on our partnership program. In 2019, sa una nga pala sa lahat po, gusto kong mag-greet ng Happy Cooperatives Month. And also I would like to thank the House of Representatives Committee on Cooperatives Development and the Cooperative Development Authority in giving us an opportunity to present our programs. So unahin ko na lang po yung ating partnership updating. In 2019, meron po tayong Memorandum of Agreement and ito ay i-renew pa rin natin ng 2020. So out of that Memorandum of Agreement, nagkaroon tayo ng mga accomplishment and we got the partial accomplishment reports from our regional and provincial offices. Ang sinasabi, the partial report, we have assisted already about 89 cooperatives and about 144 cooperative members undergone a scholarship program in different programs of TESDA. Noong pong July 28, nagkaroon tayo ng meeting with our committee on the cooperative development. At it was chaired, of course, by the Honorable Sabiniano Kanama. At doon po, nag-manifest sila ng request with TESDA. It was requested at that time that TESDA should develop specific programs for cooperatives in the country that needs to be capacitated on soft skills like simple accounting, simple bookkeeping, auditing, collection strategies, governance of cooperatives, and the likes for them to be able to run their cooperatives smoothly and profitably. Number two, prioritize indigenous peoples nationwide for capability building and develop relative modules for OFWs to find local employment by strengthening their skills acquired from overseas experience. And number three, accreditation of more farm schools in the IP communities and setting up of online assessment for agri-entrepreneurs. And the fourth request is the provision of more training opportunities to members of various cooperatives nationwide with a commitment from the chair that funding can be sourced out from the House of Representatives Committee on Cooperative Development. So, salamat po sa support. So, nung feedback reporting po kami kay Secretary Isidro La Peña, in-approve naman niya po yung mga recommendations namin. So, the recommendations were TESDA, our NITSD group or cluster, is assigned to develop training designs programs tailored fit for cooperatives, including modules for OFWs to enhance their skills from overseas experience. And then number two, another group will accredit existing farms of cooperatives to become farm schools after getting accreditation from the Agricultural Training Institute of DA as learning sites. So number 3, TESDA, ito po, another group, certification office to look into the online assessment for agri-entrepreneurs. And then the 4th, the recommendation, which also was approved, TESDA, the ROPOTI, the regional offices, the provincial offices, and the training institutions have to provide more training opportunities to cooperatives nationwide and reiterates the implementation of the existing TESDA CDA MOA with funding assistance from the House of Representatives Committee on Cooperative Development. Yun po, yun yung good news. So, ang next steps po, dahil nagkaroon ng meeting noong September 23, nagkaroon po ng action planning. A part of it was already implemented in September. Kaya ongoing po yung mga activities on that action plan. So to mention a few, halimbawa, noong September 28 and 29, nagkaroon po ng activities on the functional analysis for different types of cooperatives. And October 6, ito, nakaschedule po bukas. Yan. There will be a prioritization, orientation, naka-care of dun sa ating planning office. And then onwards, October, meron siyang refinement and validation, and the finalization will be undergone on October 29. So for scheduling of the competency assessment tools development, magkakaroon po ng workshop on level alignment matrix. Ito po ay second week of November, the development of competency assessment tools. Third week of November, presentation of standard settings and systems development committee. And the first 2 weeks of December, the development of the assessment fees. So meron nga pong sinasabi dito na nagkaroon din ng meeting with Executive Director Ray Elevaso of Cooperative Development Authority that nalaman namin that CDA has already existing training programs on the following, which they aim to incorporate and harmonize with the planned competency standards and or the training regulations. Ito po yung mga nasabing training programs: financial management, policy development, leadership and values reorientation, conflict management, strategic planning and management, orientation on labor and other related laws, records management, and yung mga financial transactions, cooperative standards, investment and banking procedures, basic accounting for non-accountants, internal control, including inventory system, cooperative standards, audit management, rules formulation, human resource management, effective communication skills, entrepreneurship and business management skills, and basic computer literacy. So yun po yung ating mga magiging point of collaborations. Kung i-allow pa po, pwede namang i-present din natin yung mga different programs of TESDA. But if we have the time constraint, kasi sa ngayon, 179 na lang po tayo.
From 100,000,
So,
from
ano po,
1,000 na.
willing naman po akong i-present, kaya lang there is still a presenter waiting. So yun na lang po yung pinresent ko as of this time. Pero na lang if there are requests for
clarifications po.
Ano yan?
Clarifications po.
Clarifications.
Attorney
Okay.
Mariel,
Yes.
can we call on Sir
Yes.
Edwin Bustillos for this sector?
Okay. Sir Edwin.
May reactor ba siya for TESDA?
Good evening,
And good evening po.
Elizabeth.
Manyo.
Yes, Manyo.
Opo.
Yes, ma'am. Opo. Napakahalaga po ng inyong ibinahagi. Tingin ko ho, importante siya dahil yung po sa Bayanihan Act 2, binanggit po doon yung TESDA sa pakikipagtulungan, halimbawa sa DTI, sa CDA, at sa iba pa, particularly dun sa mga online trainings. Ano po? Napupunin nyo yung mga tools, competency tools assessment at marami pa hong iba. Napakaganda ho nung naging development, nung naging discussion after nung hearing, meeting with Congressman Ben Canama. Unfortunately, si Ma'am Lucy Furo ay kanina po nandito, but because of probably she has another meeting, siguro po we will ask from the body at least one who would like to comment or propose based po dun sa sinabi ni Ma'am Elizabeth Manyo from TESDA. Is there anyone from the floor? Okay. Meron po ba? Okay. Mukhang wala pong nagtataas, ma'am.
Wala po kasi.
Pero during the consultation, Ma'am Elizabeth,
Yes.
While meron po kayong MOA with CDA,
Yes.
sa pong concern na ni-raise ng mga unions ng kooperatiba is that may mga modules po dapat and training na dapat po ay ginagawa raw ng mga unions, like yung simple governance, yung discussion about cooperativism, yung mga simple accounting procedures, etc. Can it be, is it possible that doon sa MOA na ginagawa po ninyo with CDA ay mapasama po sa consultation yung mga unions and federation, because there are trainings being given by national federations and unions po na binibigay na po nila. Baka ho magkaroon lang ng duplication doon po sa mga ginagawa po ninyong mga modules, which I think is very, very important. Baka maganda magkatulungan ang CDA, ang TESDA at saka yung mga cooperatives po to define ano po ba talaga yung mga modules na pwedeng pakinabangan po ng co-op sector na hindi magkakaroon ng duplication. Particularly dun sa mga items po na binanggit halimbawa sa Bayanihan 2. Kasi for example, pagdating ho dun sa mga online trainings, may mga cooperatives po na nagpro-provide na rin po nito regarding halimbawa sa mga binanggit po ninyo modules. So, Ma'am Elizabeth Manyo, how can we marry this issue na niraise po ng mga national federations and unions?
Pwede po tayong mag-create ng isang technical working group with our certification office. Ito po kasing certification office and the planning office are the executive offices in charge sa planning at saka pag-review ng iba't ibang klaseng training programs. So sa ngayon po, maraming mga training programs that were tailored fit dito sa ating new normal. So
Yes.
Ongoing po yan. Kagaya ng halimbawa yung contact tracing, andyan na po. Meron na kami isang programa on contact tracing and makakatulong tayo doon sa need ng Department of Health and the LGUs in the contact tracing. So isa lang po yun. At napakarami pa rin na on the pipeline. Kaya lang nga, kailangan pong i-review mabuti. And then, maganda po yung sinasabing yung marrying our programs. Sa ngayon, talagang tinitingnan namin even doon sa level ng grassroots. Pwedeng i-conduct ang mga community-based training programs in cooperation with our training centers and the private schools with registered program with TESDA. Kasi para naman magkaroon po ng national certification or the certificate of competency, talagang kailangan naming i-review yung content noong mga kinukondaktang iba na mga training programs sa nasabing mga cooperatives o the federation level. Maganda po yun. I-recommend natin na sana magkaroon nga ng mga workshops para dito sa gagawin na to.
Thank you po, Ma'am Elizabeth. Makakarating po siya sa mga national federations and unions. Kasi po ang PCC po ay isa po siyang tertiary cooperatives na may mga miyembro pong national federations and unions. Na kung
Actually
saan,
po, maswerte din
namin
ako at dati akong taga Land Bank, and during my Land Bank days, the cooperatives are the first priority in Land Bank. Kaya that was mga 1997 and below. Maganda po
Yes,
ang ano noon.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, tungkol po sa technical working group, relation po ito doon sa in relation to this, yung susunod pong comment, ipaparating rin po na pinaparating lang po nila. We thank you para ho doon sa creation ng technical working group para ho magkaroon ng harmonious.
Okay po, Sasama
Yung
po
pangalawa
namin
ho,
doon sa...
please, pakiparating na lang po kay General Sid Lapel.
Okay po.
Yung pangalawa pong na-raise ay doon po sa accreditation process. Kasi po may mga trainers po ang cooperatives na accredited na po ng CDA. So baka maganda na pag-usapan po doon sa MOA rin. Ano po ba yung thin line ng accreditation ng CDA and at the same time yung accreditation din po ng TESDA when it comes to education and training po ng mga cooperatives? Will it suffice na yung pong accreditation ng TESDA is enough, or will really TESDA's accreditation is included para ho ma-implement po yung mga programs na binanggit po ninyo? So baka maganda pong i-consider, ma'am, na mapag-usapan. For your comment, please.
Opo. Actually, we call it a registration of programs.
Okay.
Para ma-authorize na mag-conduct or mabigyan ng authority na to conduct programs do sa mga levels na kagaya ng sa private schools or perhaps cooperatives. Actually, naalala ko po, yung isang magandang cooperative in Region 2, nandun po ako dati sa Nueva Vizcaya, being led by the Vice Governor. Yung kaninang, di ba yung Sanya kanina?
Tamaan, ma'am.
Tamaan, yes, Tamaan. Nag-start po yung Tamaan nung time ko as the Provincial Director of Nueva Vizcaya. Kaya napakaganda nung simula, nag-rehistro po sila ng mga programa. At sa ngayon na lang po naging successful. Naunang ipin-promote namin yun, yung organic agriculture. Yon, maganda. So nasa mga partners on how we develop and how we implement these programs. Yon, oo. So in example ko po yun kasi yun yung mismong cooperative na na-witness ko on how they started implementing the TESDA programs. Marami pang training programs kasi halimbawa ang mga trainers, kailangan talagang merong trainers methodology training program. Kasi iba po yung pagtuturo ng skills kaysa dun sa yung sinasabi nating regular classroom situation. So ang trainers methodology is about 2 weeks or about 14 days training program kung saan tuturuan ang mga trainers natin on how they present the session plans and how they transfer, ang tawag mo dito, tuturuan sila kung paano ituro yung skills. Opo.
Yes, transfer of technology.
So yun, kailangan may methods kasi on the trainers. And then, yung second part po noon, tuturuan din naman sila kung paano mag-conduct ng skills competency assessment. Yun po yung sinasabi nating actual actual assessment or yung actual demonstration ng skills acquired during the period of training po. Kaya pag pumasa po doon sa skills competency assessments, that's the time na mag-i-issue ang TESDA yung national certificate. Kung anong level
Yes.
yan, depende po
Yes.
dun sa programa.
Okay.
So that's it po.
Maganda ho, no? So yung direction po ng TESDA para ho dun sa pag-enhance, no, ng mga skills ng ating mga cooperators and eventually ay makapasok po dun sa mga programa ay napapanahon. No? Alam naman po natin very isang alternative sa education ladder po natin ay yung skills development at yan provide sa atin ng TESDA, particularly po doon sa mga cooperatives natin na mag-venture, no, doon sa mga i-develop nilang mga programs and modules, particularly yung binanggit kanina ni Ma'am Elizabeth Manyo. Lalo na doon sa no, pag-accredit ng mga existing farm. Farming school. Napakaganda po ito, no? Para dahil po ang napaka-importante pong industriya, no, Ma'am Elizabeth Manyo, sa panahon po ng pandemya ay pagkain. So the more meron po tayo mga ma-accredit na mga existing farms, farming school, baka mas makapag-engganyo tayo ng mga batang mga cooperators para mag-ship po sa farming at iba pa. Dahil nga po ang gusto po natin magkaroon ho ng karanasan yung mga youth natin matutunan.
Malaking tulong po ang mga cooperatives in spreading out yung gusto nating mangyari. Kasi, di ba, ang ating priority sector now is the agricultural sector and the construction sector. So more of the scholarship funds goes to these industries.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
May pahabol. Iklaro ko lang kung natanong yung, di ba may mga request ng mga different cooperatives, yung mga mandatory trainings na kung pwedeng punduhan ng TESDA. Still remember na yung mga mandatory trainings na imposed by the cooperative, ma'am, like yung mga parliamentary procedures, managerial, governance, yung mga kung pwede ho bang punduhan ng CDA kasi ay ng TESDA, ma'am, kasi may mga micro cooperatives na hindi nila kayang bayaran ang kanilang mga mandatory trainings na ini-impose ng aming regulator. Kasi yun yung isang pinag-usapan namin kung pwedeng i-shoulder o i-finance ng TESDA.
Ganito po yun kasi may proseso, may procedures. To qualify for those things, kailangan talagang may namimit na mga requirements. Gusto ko lang i-mention po, tamang-tama kayo, you're just in time sa pagsabi ninyo on funding. Kasi dito po sa aming recommendation at yung as a result of a meeting in July 28, sinasabi po dito, the provision of more training opportunities to members of various cooperatives nationwide with a commitment from the chair that funding can be sourced out from the House of Representatives Committee on Cooperatives Development. So yan po, di ba?
Ayan. Thank you so much, ma'am. At least nasagot na meron pa palang nakaangkla na pwede namin i-access. Salamat, ma'am.
Okay po.
Kaya malaki po ang role ng Committee on Cooperatives Development.
Yes, opo.
Ma'am Elizabeth, no, Ma'am Divine, Kemi. Sige po, dahil po napaka-substantial ng binanggit na mga action planning, program, module developing ni Ma'am Elizabeth, meron pa ho ba before I close this topic? Anyway,
good night na, Sir Edwin.
Yes, I'm sure marami ho tayong pagkakabalahan. O sige po, alam nyo, sabi nga kanina ni Ma'am Elizabeth Manyo, no? Public servant po ako eh. Dahil public servant po ako, we will stay until our department or agency is called. Kaya marami pong palakpakan kay Ma'am Elizabeth for staying. No?
O, diba si Ma'am ang nahuli? Diyos ko, siguro nag-aantay mo yan si Ma'am ng bandang alauna, Ma'am Elizabeth.
Para doon po sa mga nag-stay na nakinig at patuloy, no? Alam po natin na meron pa hong SB Core yata, pero it's Attorney Mariel. Ano po ang pleasure ng meron pa ho tayong mga nakalinya, pero I'm sure lahat po nadaanan na natin.
Unti-unti na eh. 150 lang naman eh.
So,
may mga sundo na sa labas.
Opo. Pero bago po natin ipasa ulit kay Attorney Mariel, our heartfelt thanks po kay Ma'am Elizabeth Manyo sa kanya pong ibinigay na updates, no, sa lahat. And asahan po ninyo ng cooperative sector at yung opisina rin po ng ating kagalang-galang na Co-op NATCO and chair ng Cooperative Committee on Development at yung buong committee na rin ay patuloy po makikipagtulungan, no, sa TESDA sapagkat ang karunungan po ay walang hangganan. Haba tayong natututo, marami pa pala po tayong hindi natututunan. So,
wala pong age limit. There's no age limit except for yung ang start is 15 years old and up. Mas kasi
tuloy-tuloy lang po tayong mag-aaral at magde-develop pa ng ating mga skills. So, ibalik ko po ulit kay Attorney Mariel.
Maraming salamat.
Thank you.
Salamat po, Ms. Elizabeth Manyo, for staying and for overstaying with us. I'm sure somebody will really go to your office to avail of whatever services that the TESDA can offer.
They are most welcome.
Thank you. You're welcome po. And so, I know that the only one left in the room is the Small Business Corporation kasi nagtandem yun sa DTI and then sa small business. They didn't actually know who to send. Ang success lang po, ma'am, ikaw ang TESDA.
Oh, thank you.
Oo. So I don't know if the Small Business Corporation is still around. Are you still around? Please have your presence felt. We're trying to feel your presence also because
wala na sila kasi good night na eh.
Ang naiwan na lang business.
Ang naiwan na lang reactors, ma'am. Kasi andito sila Convert
tayo ha, 150
ng BCC. At
so anyway,
si Convert kanina pa dyan.
Padala ka na lang Carlitos ng
na-release na sa amin. Ikaw, Convert, hindi pa na-release. Na-release na sa amin yung 60 million na. Kahapon na credit na.
Talaga?
Oo, na-credit na sa amin. Oh.
Ala, binulgar mo, Ma'am Josa.
Yun ay tatanong ko eh.
Ako, basta na-release na. You want to see the deposit slip?
Yan, no more. Pangako na rin eh. Kaya okay.